Sunday was a shocker as Jonas joined the Abandons. Remco rose and yesterday was rest day relaxation. Now it's the race of truth. A very warm welcome to stage 16. Vingegaard will be in yellow tonight. Torsten Trade is going to be the yellow jersey. Pogačar 43 kilometres solo to take the yellow jersey. It's a dominant display by Pogačar. Søren Varensgold wins the stage. Philipsen fretting. Tim Merlier wins the stage from nowhere. Schmidt wins the stage for Jayco Alula. It's Tadej's 25th stage of the Tour de France. Vingegaard is on the ground. Remco Evenepoel ups the sprint now, and Pogačar is right on the wheel. And Remco Evenepoel wins on Plateau de Solaizon. We went into the rest day with Tadej Pogačar in the yellow jersey ahead of a relaxation day and then the time trial today. His advantage is massive. 5 minutes on Remco Evenepoel with Isaac Del Toro, his teammate, in third. Mads Pedersen is still in the green jersey as the leader of the points classification, but it's still a battle with Jasper Philipsen. Girmay is in third place. Tadej Pogačar has also got the polka dots. It will be worn today by Valentin Parry-Pant. He's in second place. Isaac Del Toro in the white jersey as the best young rider after his position on Sunday. 25 seconds ahead of the Frenchman Paul Sexas, with Juan Ayuso dropping down to 1 minute 30. Let's take a look at today's stage. Stage 16, the individual time trial. 26.1 kilometres of racing from Evian-les-Bains to Thonon-les-Bains. It's a technical, tricky course that the riders have to endure during today's big effort. We've got some split points along the way that'll keep us up to date with what's happening. That's the profile of today's individual time trial. 500 metres of climbing today in this 26.1 kilometre test. Beautiful day yet again. Evian-les-Bains hosts a stage start for the 16th time. The first, though, since the 17th stage of 2000, when the winner in Lausanne was Eric Decker. And Evian-les-Bains was the first Grand Depart outside the Paris area in 1926. We're getting ready for the flag to be dropped. We're heading to Thonon-les-Bains. We host a stage finish for the 8th time, the first since 1981, when the winner was Sean Kelly. And as we look out over the area, let's say good afternoon to another Irishman. He's alongside me. Good afternoon to Nicholas Roach.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Anthony. Well, Remco took his first road stage at the Tour, beating the yellow jersey on the top of the Plateau de Solaizon. The riders enjoyed a good little rest day yesterday, but now it's time to get back in business for an important TT. Can this TT shuffle the GC? Can specialists top up the GC riders today and their speciality? Let's see what happens today in Thonon.
There's the start ramp. The 223rd individual time trial in the history of the Tour. That's a lot. Almost
2 per tour.
2 per tour. That's a lot of time trials. So we'll see how this one goes. Nico, it's not an easy day though, is it? For anyone. because it's quite a long day. As we just see the abandons here, Vingegaard. Also the news that Tim Merlier is out of the Tour de France. He abandoned along the route on Sunday with so much going on. It wasn't announced, so Tim Merlier, the 3 stage wins in this year's Tour, is out, and Tom van Asbroek. Tim Merlier, the loss of him, I guess he doesn't have another opportunity, really.
No, par de Champs-Élysées. But yes, I think we read the interview and you just said that he just didn't have it. He couldn't even finish the stage. That was it.
Baptiste Weisstroffer, most combative rider of the second week.
First week.
First week. Who's the most combative of last week?
Quinn Simmons.
Ah, that's good.
I think. Was it?
Don't know.
Yeah,
We
Quinn
need to
Simmons.
check.
It's Quinn Simmons.
Quinn
yeah.
Simmons.
And actually, it was funny this morning. We often spoke about how much the Tour is important and how much visibility you get from the Tour. Well, the rider is going to be quite happy because he's got a couple of signs with his name on the first climb, Baptiste.
Has he?
Where
Already?
a couple of weeks ago, no one would have known who he was.
No, not at all. No one would have any idea whatsoever.
So people appreciated the fact that he did go on ride alone on stages that were considered more flat or boring or
Yep.
not as smart to be in the breakaway. There he is.
Well, he made his name during those initial breakaways. He's loving being at the Tour, you can tell.
Living a dream.
He is living the dream, and why not?
But he is very friendly, and from what we come across from the TV, and says hello to everybody, always smiling.
Yep.
Seems to be a jolly character.
He does, doesn't he? Just seems to be enjoying himself. Let's take a look at the analysis of this individual time trial today as we just take a look at Baptiste Weisstroffer.
Étape 16 du
Stage
Tour de
16 of
France,
the Tour de
contre la montagne
France, a
individuelle entre Evian
26.1 kilometer individual time trial from Evian-les-Bains to Thonon-les-Bains.
C'est assez particulier
This
parce qu'il y a
unique
9
course
kilomètres de
features a
montée,
9-kilometer climb,
8 kilomètres
an
de
8-kilometer
descente et 9
descent,
kilomètres de plat. Donc en
a
fait,
9-kilometer
c'est
flat
assez
section.
complet comme,
It's a
comme
very
contre-la-montre.
well-rounded time trial.
Dès la rampe
Right
de
from the
lancement,
start,
on
riders
s'attaque
tackle a
à 9,7
9.7-kilometer climb out of
4,3%
Evian
de
at a
montée
gradient of
directement,
4.3%.
depuis Evian. La première partie de
The
descente
first part of the
est
descent
rectiligne,
is straight and not very
pas trop
technical,
technique. La deuxième
while the
partie,
second
on est dans
part
des gorges un peu
winds
plus
through
techniques.
more challenging
Et la dernière
gorges.
partie, c'est
The
vraiment,
final section
des
features
grandes
long
droites
straights
dans
through
Thonon-les-Bains
Thonon-les-Bains
avant de
before a
de
final
plonger
drop
le
along
long
Lake
du
Geneva.
lac Léman. Faudra être bon techniquement
Riders will
avec le
need to be
vélo
strong
chrono
technically
en
on the
descente.
descent
Et,
and must not lose
et après,
time
il
on the
faudra
final
pas
flat
perdre de temps,
stretch
sur
to
cette partie
Thonon-les-Bains.
plate jusqu'à Thonon-les-Bains.
We're getting set for the first rider to go. You've seen the course. What do you think of it?
Well, very much what Talabardon said. It's a very well-balanced course. Actually speaking a few minutes ago with the Italian TV commentator, Cassani, ex-professional rider, and we're saying it's a great TT because it should be able to keep the suspense as long as possible. The climb is difficult, but it's not crazy hard. It's 9K, but it's 4.5%. The descent, the first part is extremely fast. The second part is more technical with a few bends coming on it, and then you mentioned that the last 9 kilometers were flat. Well, they're not actually that flat. There's a part of it that is flat, but then it's quite technical through the town of Thonon-les-Bains. There's
Yeah.
a little descent before we get onto the banks of the river, and then a little kicker of 300 meters here into the finish line.
Where are the tricky points of it, that descent?
The descent, because obviously you can't afford to lose time on the descent. It's not a dangerous time trial, don't get me wrong. There's just a couple of turns that when you're going 90k hours on the skis, you just have to be cautious.
Yes. Our first rider to go will be Kamil Gradek. He rides for Bahrain Victorious. He is what we call the Lanterne Rouge, the last rider on the list to go. There he is, about to get underway. We're going to see all the aero time trial equipment today. And they're about to drop the flag on the start. Stage 16, the individual time trial is underway. The riders going at 1.5 minute intervals until the last 16 riders who will be going at 2 minute intervals.
Yeah, quite a steady start today by Gradek. You can see he's not, his job today is to get through it. There is a 30% time cut, so riders will have to kind of at least focus. But the rider from Bahrain Victorious is taking it quite steady.
Is the climb straight from the ramp?
Straight from the ramp.
Literally?
Yeah, that's it.
Wow.
We're going up. Yeah, the TV kind of puts it down, but you could just see with the kilometers per hour, 20k per hour. So you go straight from the ramp all the way up. 9.5 kilometers.
As a rider, how do you pace this? Because you don't have any respite at all, do you?
Well, they'll have their pacing plan done with the performance manager, and they will know how much they need to hit that first part of the race, especially later on for the competitive riders. At this moment, I'm not sure Craddock has a performance plan ready made for him, and he's just going to get it through. He has no intention of giving any more pain to his body than what he needs to get through the time today and not be taken out of by the time zone, by the time limit.
He's the Lanterne Rouge. Next rider to go, about to start, Lewis Askey from NSN.
In the third week of a Grand Tour, it's always very strange when you see time trials, because you really see the difference between the riders who are still fighting for GC, which are going to come and still, if you look at the gaps at the moment, if you think that there's a difference of 9 minutes between 9th and 10th,
Yes.
Jagat can take it pretty. Pidcock can take it pretty easy. Jagat's 9 minutes behind him.
Yes.
But the problem is obviously he wants to go ahead of others. But so you will see the front of the race really committing because they're trying to save their positions in GC. But there's some gaps already way higher. Sometimes in the first time trial, you see maybe the top 50 so fighting for the best time possible. Today, unfortunately, we might only see maybe 30 or 40 riders in total. So the TT specialist, we'll talk about Ghana, Tobias Voss, and a handful of others who still believe they can go and get a good performance out of today and get a result in today's stage. And then you have those who have to, those who are riding for GC who have to. But the way the GC is so extended today with the difference of time that probably only about 20 riders. Yeah, Didi, there's his car parked on the left. It's easy to spot. He's got the big world champion bands and then a big photo of him on it.
It's very easy to spot.
It's like, here's my van.
The next rider to go, Cees Bol, the lead-out man for Olav Koy.
Well, Cees Bol, he had on top of the climb, I don't know if it's family or what, but he has a fully customized van with a Cees Bol, big, huge photo on it.
Really?
Even when it was parked, the number plate had a Cees Bol number plate added on, obviously, to hide the other number plate. But I thought, I was like, okay, that's good. And you will see maybe later if we get a helicopter shot on top of the climb. There's a whole, probably around 100 meters of Cees Bol painting on the road.
He's going to have a great reception up there then. It's good to see. There's quite a few family around, you can tell, during today's stage.
And I was impressed and amazed by the numbers of Belgium and Dutchies that are on the course today. And usual, lots of Danes and Norwegians also on top of the climb. And then I was going to say it's quite multicultural here, the roads of the Tour de France.
Well, Zwift, of course, is the partner of the Tour de France FAM, and they are a partner of Alpecin Premier Tech. Jasper Philipsen warming up with the Zwift plugged in. Craddock going uphill now. Not long until the start of Olav Koy. Koy, a stage winner in the race already. But Craddock, nice and steady. What sort of speeds do you think we will hit on this climb with the later riders? He's ticking along at 29:30. Is that a climb you can get some speed?
I would say close to 40. View a bit of the climb there. As you can see, the ramps is not too difficult, but it's always steady. There's 4 or 5%. You can be in the skis, you can be in that, tuck the head down, get into position, and at 30k per hour aero also counts, obviously. But it's one of those climbs where the powerful riders still have an advantage. But once again, you just have to carry a lot of speed. It's very easy to get into that rhythm, and not going as fast as you should. There's a long way then to recover on the other side. So riders can afford to go a little bit above what they should on this climb, especially on the last part. Now we talk about strategy of the teams later on during the day, but we do see that Case Ball, for example, he's followed by one of the staff's car, not one of the sports director's cars. Obviously, sometimes the sports director will have to make a choice. They only have 2 cars and 8 riders to look after.
Our next rider about to go, Olav Koy. There he is. Olav Koy, his debut Tour de France, a stage victory, about to get going. There he goes.
Yeah, Koy also a rider who's going to take it pretty relaxed today. As you can see, there's no sprinting out of the starting ramp. They get off the ramp, get the rhythm, put themselves in that position.
That's a very different aero helmet that he's wearing. It's huge at the front.
Yeah, we're starting to see this new trend of very wide frontal surface.
Because the UCI changed the rules on aero helmets, didn't they?
Yeah, it's constantly evolving.
Yeah, but now the teams have just gone, right, okay, well, if we can't go really long, we'll now go really wide instead.
But I do think, again, new studies are always proving the older studies that were wrong. And at the moment, it looks like you're totally right. The wider in the front, the better it seems to be in terms of with aerodynamics.
Well, for a while, it used to be that you, on your time trial bike, you just slammed the stem down as far as you could. You tried to make the bars as low as you could. And now that's totally different.
Totally different, yes.
So they try to lift the area, don't they? Or the bars look more lifted and your head comes closer, so the wind goes round you.
Yeah, it's about closing the gap between the hands and the face. As you can see, the riders are really close now to the arms. And if you look at even Remco, they had to adjust the helmet and open up the visor because he had his visor so close to his hands.
So Gradek making his way up towards the top of the climb. We'll start to get the intermediate time splits along the way. Here's John Degenkolb. Getting ready for another time trial in the Tour. He's going off at 1:18 in the afternoon.
Doesn't look like he was going to wear a visor.
No, he looks like he's just going to have the helmet on and just ride around. He's not really thinking about doing anything in this time trial, though, is he?
No.
He just needs to finish in the time limit.
Yeah. There's a lot of riders in that first part of the race that are like that.
Next rider to go, Julius van den Berg of Picnic Post NL Raisin. About to roll. Down the start ramp for the Picnic Post NL rider, Julius van den Berg. There he goes as he pedals away from the start. Gets himself into that aero tuck. And all the riders competing over this 26.1 kilometre course. As we watch Julius van den Berg go up the climb, we're going to go back in history. We're going to go back to 1981 as we watch the riders warming up from XDS Astana. The Tour de France hasn't been to Thonon-les-Bains since 1981 when it hosted a finish and next day's start. On stage 15, a group of 15 riders had snuck away from the peloton and victory went to Sean Kelly in the blue kit, sprinting on the left as we look at it. The Irish great taking the 4th of his 5 Tour wins. He also went on to conquer the green jersey competition. Sean Kelly riding for the Wick Splendor team. He's still not at the top of the climb yet, Kamil Gradek. It's quite a long ascent. I think he's just gone through that first little split point coming up. So it'll give us an indication of what you need to produce to go top of the leaderboard. Gradek reached there in 10 minutes 36. That's the standard for everybody else to chase. Lewis Askey's heading up towards there now. He's just about to reach this intermediate split. Lewis Askey of the team of NSN. Well, we're down in Evian-les-Bains. We're on the side of Lake Le Mans or Lake Geneva, approximately 72.8 kilometers long, less than 14 kilometers wide at its widest point, fed by the Rhone, the largest lake in Western Europe. 5 days of Lake Geneva held in August is Europe's longest endurance race on the lakes, as Baptiste Weisstroffer is about to go. Weisstroffer of Lotto Intermarché, his teammate Lars Kraps has developed a fever overnight, so he will not take to the race start later on, but Baptiste Weisstroffer is now underway. I saw him warming up earlier in a huge gear. It seems to me like he likes to just put the bike in a big gear and just roll it along.
Yep, that's exactly what he's doing right now. He's quite muscular, actually, the rider, isn't he?
He is, isn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, when I saw him, he came along the finish straight. You could tell it was him from a long way out, just this slow motion pedaling style. And yeah, he's very muscular. The riders have got these little number pockets on the back. The UCI tried to ban those as well.
I was just about to think that. I said, I thought there had been banned, these things. But I think only on the road suits, not on the TTs.
Okay. So you're allowed to wear them in a time trial?
Yes.
As long as you can see the number, then it's fine, isn't it? Like this.
Yeah, it's obviously when you're alone with the camera on your back, it's easy. I think in the peloton sometimes, I think it was Movistars who had them, and they were always creased, and they'd be dropping halfway through the stage, and it was very difficult to see the numbers.
I think you're right. Weisstroffer then into this individual time trial. In terms of riders who could win today, are there any riders early doors that you think might be a rider who can win this time trial? So could be sitting in the hot seats all afternoon, all the way to the finish line, and actually be the winner?
There's a few. One of them's coming in about 12 minutes. I think Joshua Tarling, he'll be a rider to keep an eye on. We also, maybe Affini. He's a big time trial specialist, but might be a little bit too difficult, but I do think he's going to try and go for it. I also pointed out Filippo Ganna. He'll be at just before 2. At 3 o'clock, there's Luc Plapp. I also have him. Just after 3, Bruno Armirail, my former French champion TT rider. At 20 past 3, we have Victor Kampenaerts, also a TT specialist. Then probably a little bit of a gap until 4 o'clock. We have Vacek, again, good rider. Vauquelin, you never know, just around the half 4 mark. Yeah. And then we start getting closer to 5 o'clock, and the top riders with Jan Ayuso, Lipovic, obviously, Sexas. Sexas this morning said he wanted to go and get the white jersey back today.
Did he?
So obviously he'll be a couple of minutes before Isaac Del Toro. I'm not sure he's going to catch Isaac Del Toro, but at least we have the battle almost live as the riders are one behind the other. So they'll be chasing not only each other out for the jersey, but also for the stage.
This is Ballerini about to get going.
And then after that, well, obviously, Remco and Tadej Pogačar have to battle, I think, not only the GC, but also the win here today. some interesting stats that came out this morning where I think they gave, obviously, Remco Evenepoel as the favorite today. They gave him 52% chance of winning, 33% for Tadej Pogačar, 10% for Filippo Ganna, and then there was 5% that was quite broad. It was like any one of the rest. I thought it was a funny...
Yeah, anyone.
Anyone.
Today, though, it's not a long time trial, but it's 26.1 kilometres. As we watch Ballerini just rolling away in the initial stages of this individual time trial. When you look at Pogačar and Remco, in the Tour's time trials, the score at the moment between them is 2-2. And if you look at how long the time trials have been, then you look, first of all, if you go back the last few time trials, 2024, 25.3 kilometre time trial is pretty close to what we're doing today. Then Remco took the victory in 28 minutes, 52 seconds, and Tadej was 12 seconds behind. Remco's lost a lot of time in a longer time trial, 33.7, when Pogačar took the victory in Nice, 45.24, and Remco lost 1:14. And then in the Caen time trial, 33 kilometres, Remco 36 minutes 42, Pogačar was 16 seconds behind. So whenever Pogačar's lost to Remco Evenepoel, he's only lost by a handful of seconds. It's not been massive victories, but when it's been the other way round, Remco's been a long, long way behind.
Yeah, it's going to be... It's a very difficult one to call today, I think. Interesting to see that he also has the point of the saddle slightly up. So that's to help as well with not moving too much. So you could picture it there.
Yeah.
So it helps you stabilize yourself and not slide too much on the saddle. The trick is you slightly put it up to give you a bit more...
To tilt the other way.
A little bit of a break from your hips moving too forward on the bike. Where most times on the road bike you will see the opposite.
Yes.
The riders will have 2 to 3 degrees of inclination, more likely down. Oh, there's a dog.
Well, let's hope the dog stays over to the left-hand side. He's come out of the house on the left. You can see them all worrying. If you've got a dog near the Tour, then just keep them tied up somewhere or in safe so they can enjoy the Tour and don't get themselves run over. There's a lot of fans out, aren't there? It was noticeable. We've been in Thonon-les-Bains for the last 2 nights now. It's noticeable how busy it got yesterday.
Yeah, they got really, really, really busy yesterday afternoon. And the town did a great job of welcoming the Tour yesterday, actually. They had animations all day long. It was a pity it was right in front of our hotel, so it was a noisy afternoon trying to relax. But they had bands playing, they had barbecues going.
Yeah.
There was a whole little village with a couple of sponsors. They did a really good job to be a rest day town.
Let's take a quick look at this clip.
A dog off its leash, suddenly running in front of you. You wouldn't like that, would you? Riders wouldn't either.
Yeah, just a reminder that if you are at the Tour, please think about the riders and their performance and give them the chance to do their race. Gradek is out on the course right now. He was the first rider to start. Still got 16.8 kilometres of racing to go. At the first time split, Julius van den Berg is the fastest rider at 10 minutes 18 seconds. Bauhaus is at 2 seconds. Case Bowl at 8. Gradek at 18. We're waiting for the second split. We haven't had anyone reach there yet. So we'll keep you updated as to how everybody is going along the route. Gradek not too far away now for them from the second intermediate split point. Now today, Nico, there is a King of the Mountains, a second category climb. How is that going to be calculated? A bit like the team time trial?
Ooh, you caught me off guard.
I'll come back to you. 20, I guess it's going to be the Strava segment. Again, from start to the top of the climb.
Yeah,
Fastest rider
that's usually how it is.
gets the points. Kamil Gradek over the top.
I wasn't aware if it's from the yes, it is from the start.
Because it goes straight uphill all the way to that point. Loads of camper vans out here. As you can see, it's almost a village on the right-hand side. And he's being urged on by the crowd who are enjoying watching his performance. Now, we're going to get close now to being able to see what this descent is like. Still loads of Vengergaard painted on the roads. This is Danish area. Now, this is the boat that goes across to Lausanne, isn't it?
Yes, I think it's the one from Lausanne. Yesterday I had a little dinner overlooking the lake, and you could just see how many times, I probably have two, but just goes back and forth all day long.
Goes from Thonon-les-Bains across to Lausanne.
This could be one of the riders who could put a fast time for today. Joshua Tarling.
Big day for him, because he has been looking stronger in the climbs as well, so maybe today is that chance. If he can go flat out, be in the hot seat. If Ganna doesn't beat him, then he's going to be in the hot seat for potentially a long, long time. Weistroffer, the fastest rider at the first split. He's done 9 minutes and 50 seconds for that opening split. 17 seconds ahead of Pete Allegert, with Julius Vandenberg in third place.
Max Kanter.
That's Julien Alaphilippe. For the riders, how long a day is this?
It's a long day. It's early mornings. I mean, for the riders and for the staff. We passed the start area this morning at around 7:45, and teams were already arriving and setting their, I would say, the little headquarters in the paddock, and the TT. What you call it, at the UCI center where they were checking out the bikes, the bike check. It was already open, and the team of Decathlon was already there doing the bike checks. So the pre-bike checks, they will have multiple bike checks today.
Yes.
But they often do one in the morning very early, so the riders can go like a non-official one. And then the riders can do their training. And then before the race, there's another bike check.
And then the riders do a reconnaissance as well, don't they?
Yes, so the course closed this morning.
Which
just
you
after
found
town.
out well, didn't you?
Yeah, I managed to get one lap before the road closure, but when they closed it a second time, I thought I wasn't going to be able to make it to the comms today.
But you weren't even early. You weren't even late.
No,
It was really early.
It was really early. The issue is there was a junior, not a race, but ride.
Okay.
And the police just was told no one's on the road, and there was no exceptions.
Also, Mark Cavendish was on a ride.
Mark Cavendish, yes, there was a VIP ride later on as well this morning. So this is the descent, quite fast as you can see.
It's fast, isn't it?
Yeah, brand new tarmac. It's nice to see that it dried up. This morning there was still a few wet patches.
There's areas here where you, in order to win this time trial, you need to take some risks, don't you? But
yes. You can see Gradek, he's quite cautious. Especially it's very easy to get carried away with the disc wheel on the descents. It does tend to take you wider. Yeah, Gradek is taking no risk at all. Later on in a couple of hours, we're going to see riders going down and using the whole race, sprinting out of the corners. There's He even has time to stretch his legs while he's getting into position for that tighter corner.
You've really got to know these corners, haven't you?
Yeah, so most riders who are riding, I think that's yes, that's him,
This
Tarling.
is Josh Tarling about to get started. Tarling, a former European champion. He's finished 4th in the Olympic Games in the individual time trial. He's a very, very fast time trialist. Can he produce the hot seat rides this afternoon? You can see automatically, Nico, he's the first rider that we've seen go straight into this climb with a bit of an acceleration.
Yes, straight away off the ramp, he shows the intention of going full gas. There's a 6% is the gradient at the start into that position. It's also very important not to overpace at the beginning.
So he's into that tuck already. A rider who works really hard on his time trialing. A lot of time on that time trial bike. Gradek continuing downhill.
Very safe.
But even when he's going safe,
Actually, you can
even
just,
if you had a couple of kilometers an hour, you're starting to use up a lot of this road, aren't you? Or do you go straighter?
excuse me?
There's not a lot of road to play with.
It's okay. It's a normal size road. It's not a narrow road.
Right, okay.
And it looks worse than when you're on the bike. There's a lot of room. Even yesterday when we cycled at slow speed and there was a bit of traffic in the final part of this course, this moment where it goes into one single lane. And I was like, wow, how are they going to fit through here with the car and everything? And then actually today, riding a little bit faster and the road being closed, you could see that when it looks like there's like a chicane and you have to hit the brakes, that literally, if you take the good line, you can go straight without touching the brakes.
Okay, that's what I guess I mean. If you're carrying more speed, you actually go straighter.
Yeah.
Therefore, we're seeing Gradek, he's gliding his way through, taking left, taking right all the time, whereas actually Remco will just go straight through.
Yes, exactly. So some of the corners, the lines are going to be totally different. He's descending like if he was on a training ride.
Yes.
And there was cars coming the other way.
Yeah. Whereas Remco will just
Which
go...
is perfectly fine for him to do.
Yeah,
like I said, for him is to get to the finish.
Yeah.
Today is considered almost like a semi-rest day. It's a bit of an effort. He'd be ready for tomorrow. So why take risk when you don't have to? There's enough risk taking during the week. So it's perfectly fine. Don't get me wrong. It wasn't a criticism. It was just saying later on when the guys are committing, they will be taking a lot more risks.
Well, we're looking forward to seeing how it plays out. Baptiste Weisdorfer, fastest rider at the first split. His teammate, the Cofidis rider, Fretin is second. Alaget is in third. Phil Bauhaus is the fastest rider at the second split so far, ahead of Cees Bol. Gradek 31 seconds behind. As we see Jasper Philipsen on the climb now. Philipsen's got an important week coming up. He's not too far behind Mads Pedersen. So if you work it out, 31 points between him and Pedersen. Even if he wins all of the sprints in this week, like he has been doing, that's 25 points by Sunday night in Paris. 31 between them. So he needs something else. It's close though, isn't it?
It's very close. And even though, as you just said, he needs something else, which most likely is not going to happen, par the Champs-Élysées.
Yes.
But nothing can happen to Pedersen. He needs to be up there in all the intermediate sprints and get the few points as well.
But it also means that as we head into Thonon-les-Bains now, it does mean on Sunday that if they are 6 points apart, there's going to be a proper contest.
Yes, on the Champs-Élysées, grand final.
Yeah, there's not going to be an easy day for those two.
No, I mean, it's also the day they've been looking forward to, so
yes,
on top of the green jersey, but they will go for the stage win, and then the stage win will decide or not the green jersey.
So it is possible that Pedersen could keep the jersey and lose it on Sunday.
There is a possibility, yes, correct.
So that competition is still wide open. This is Max Canter, who's had a great race so far, hasn't he? We've enjoyed watching him in the sprints. Hasn't got the victory yet. will he be there or thereabouts on Sunday? It depends how they race all around Montmartre, because it's going to be a very different race again on Sunday compared to what we were used to. But last year everything changed and the crowds were incredible. Weisstroffer has got an amazing reception this afternoon. Let's see how he continues. Getting up towards the top of the climb now. Weisstroffer fastest at the second split, goes top of the leaderboards ahead of Van den Berg. So he is the fastest rider on the course so far. Can you give us an idea of the warm-up of a rider for this sort of time trial? So you do your reconnaissance, and what happens after that?
Well, not all riders will go and do the reconnaissance. There's some riders who will literally just see it as a second rest day with 30-odd minutes, 35 minutes maybe, effort. So you will have riders who will not go in the morning and do the recon. They'll just do the warm-up and then get on with it. Riders and also maybe teams who might, I won't say oblige you, but recommend you strongly to go and do the recon. Well, they will be up quite early. They'll be here to do a lap this morning. As I mentioned, the course was totally closed after 10, and then you'll get back, shower, get ready, relax for a bit, and then about an hour 10, an hour 20 prior to your start, get on the home trainer, on the rollers, do your warm-up. Most warm-ups on the rollers are around the 25-minute mark.
Okay.
It's rare that riders do more. Some riders do slightly less, but it's around that 25 to 30 minute. That's more or less what you do on the rollers. You often stop about 20-ish minutes before your start time. Again, depends on rider preferences. Some riders will already do it with the skin suit on. Some riders will have it halfway rolled down with the ice vest or whatever, and then put the skin suit, put the radio in, where you have other riders who already have all the radio in the back, and all they have to do is put the helmet and go to the start. You recommend it to be around 10 to 15 minutes before the start at the start line to go through the bikes check again, the official one. And then after that, well, you just sit down on a chair and wait for your time for 7 or 8 minutes.
So as Hobart starts to go, a rider who's done really well in the sprints, he's the Dutch time trial champion. So you actually, having done all that warm-up, all that preparation, you'll just sit down.
And cool down.
And cool down. Doesn't make sense.
Nope. That's why sometimes especially the same when it's a mountain stage and down the riders on the home trainer, and then you go to the line 20 minutes before the start line, the start of the race, and then there's another 10-kilometer neutral.
Yes.
And I was like questioning, but the time before the start is always really tight between the meeting and whatever. To go on the home trainer or the rollers for 9 minutes 35 is a really a warm-up. I rarely did it unless I was obliged to do it. I'd rather still get ready, make sure my nutrition was in the right pockets, make sure everything, and I was ready for the stage, rather than do a session as a warm-up, especially if the neutral was long. But once again, I don't say I've never done it, because I was asked to do it a few times, and it was just a protocol, and that was it. But I've always questioned the actual warm-up on the home trainer. I mean, for the TT, it's obviously preparing the muscle as well. There is, you mentioned, it seems to be the trendy word this weekend, the progression. But you kind of do a progression on the home trainer. You get the watts
so
up,
you pick it up.
pick it up, exactly, yeah. So you are preparing your body to be ready for an intense workout.
Yeah, that word progressive has started to become the buzzword of the weekend, thanks to our team radio team.
It's 40 years old, but...
Yeah, well, I'd never heard it, whereas you were immediately like, well, yeah, it's this. But I'd never heard it, and I think what the team radio team did really well, and all the socials did well, was linking the audio over the weekend with Tadej talking in the radio, and then you see Del Toro talking in the radio behind. Tadej's obviously saying, because I didn't know it, can I ramp it up? And Del Toro's going, yeah, but don't drop me.
Yeah, it's steady. It's steady, ramping it up steady. And it's, I mean, most coaches, even at an amateur level, you will hear you do a progression or you're doing a climb, and the exercise of the climb is a progression. You start at 300, you go to 320, you go to 340, 360, 400 plus.
So are you sitting, if, for example, if you are on your trainer before the start of this time trial, Tarling's flying right now, he's going well. You'll get on the trainer and you'll have your head unit on, and you will know, are you given a program by the sports performance team to say, okay, start at 200 watts, you do, I don't know, 3 minutes, you then go to 210, blah, blah, and I want you to reach 300 watts? How does it work?
Exactly like that.
Exactly like that? Okay. Never knew.
Super easy.
It's super easy.
Yeah, that's why I was surprised with the whole scoop of progression, because it's a word that it's just saying steady rise.
Yeah, but this is the thing, though. That's why we're here. I'm here to
Totally,
ask
yeah.
you the questions of things we don't understand. All of us, you know, if we're sitting at home on the sofa and you don't understand, that's why. And I honestly had never heard it before.
And it's the first time I think it's been said from, I mean, on live TV. And this is the good thing about these team radios, is you get to learn a lot of things that go on through the radio, not just say turn left or turn right and eat, drink, spin the legs. There was even now talking through how he wanted the attack, the acceleration, and it could have been, oh, just, you know, light it up. And then it was like, okay, some riders prefer when the acceleration is strong. We've seen, for example, Tadej, when he's asked Del Toro to go,
Yes.
Del Toro sprints,
Yes.
and Tadej goes. So this is the opposite of basically of what happened in Tourmalet.
Yes. Affini is underway, riding for Visma Lisa Bike. There he goes, rolls out of the start ramp. Nico, he's got, oh no, I thought he was wearing something under his time trial suit, but it's not, it's the collar.
Oh yeah, the blue collar of
Shimmery
European,
blue collar.
the European Championships. Whoops, there's a bit wide there from Baptiste.
Josh Tarling's gone through the first intermediate split, 37 seconds faster than Weisstroffer. At the second split, it's Fretin who's the fastest. Weisstroffer is third. At the third split, Vandenberg leads from Bauhaus from Case Boll. Weisstroffer hasn't got there yet, but Tarling is the fastest rider on the course as things stand, with that 9 minutes and 13 second initial opening phase of this time trial. Here's the arrival of Gradek, who will set the standard for everybody else to beat. Coming in then to the conclusion of his time trial. The most important thing for Gradek is that as the Lanterne Rouge, the last rider, he doesn't fall outside the time limit. It's quite difficult to work out his pace, but he's got to judge, okay, I think the winner's going to set this sort of time, therefore let's have a little buffer and be inside. Gradek almost there. He goes past our commentary position and into the line. Kamil Gradek, 40 kilometers an hour, 38 minutes, 57.43.
Hasn't broken a sweat.
A very easy ride. Tarling is just catching people in front of him. Catches Pascal Ackermann. Goes past. Number 112. Tarling really is a pure time trialist, isn't it? You can just see the difference. Binyam Girmay about to get going. Girmay is the 27th rider to take to the start.
Also taking it pretty chilled at the start.
Looks like he is. Third overall in a green jersey.
You mentioned the undervests.
Yes.
I'm pretty sure we're going to see them later on. We saw Ghana wear it in Barcelona. Let's see if he wears it today. This special undervest that supposedly helps out with reshaping your skin suit and making it more aero. I know the UCI are monitoring those extremely close at the moment. In the same way that they banned the use of ice socks in the
Yes.
jerseys that riders were putting in the front.
Askey goes top of the leaderboard at the finish line. Time of 38 minutes and 50 seconds, 7 seconds faster than Kamil Gradek. Weistroffer coming up to the third split. Goes through second fastest, 8 seconds down. This little area is a bit more tricky. Now he's got a downhill section to come. I saw these little boats yesterday, but today they've got their masts changed. So you've got the colours of the sails changed. You've got the colours of the Tour de France: the yellow, the white, the green, and the polka dots.
And the blue for Tonon.
Yes.
Actually, did you know we passed the Evian factories just down the road?
I didn't see it.
I know it's a different water sponsor than we have here in the Tour, but the factory is literally just about 1 kilometer away from where our finishing zone technique is.
Does it come straight out of a spring?
I didn't go and double check. It's just huge.
I'm not surprised. The number of bottles they must produce a year. 5 kilometres to go for Herbaerts, the Dutch time trial champion. Tarling. Tarling's closing in on the second split. Herbaerts goes through, coming up to catch the rider in front of him. He's now the fastest rider on the course, Herbaerts. 3 seconds faster than Josh Tarling to this point. That's a very, very good ride.
Yeah, it's a very good ride.
I've just remembered I haven't done my fancy team.
Oh.
That's a bad day not to do it. It's not good
I mean,
at
it
all.
could be anyone from the mountain stage of
Yeah,
the
it
day,
could.
so you're not totally off.
No.
I was actually doing it. I think
Have you done yours?
I've done mine. I'm still just one rider off because I had to get Merlier off and I haven't replaced him yet. But I've done mine with. That's it. I just have a spot left.
In the meantime, let's take a look at the onboards footage from last week. Some fantastic footage from the Tour of last week on board as Josh Tarling continues to catch riders in front of him. He's now caught Marco Haller for 3 minutes. Tarling is not the fastest rider on the course at the moment. Hubert Arts is the fastest rider on the course. He's riding a very strong time trial. He's gone through the first split in 9:10, Tarling 3 seconds down. Tarling is the fastest to the second split, 1 minute 35 seconds ahead of Frettin, with Frettin the fastest at the third split. At a finish, Lewis Askey is the fastest rider right now, but Weistroffer is not too far away from reaching the conclusion of this individual time trial. He's working his way through Thonon-les-Bains. He's going to turn very close to where our hotel was on the right-hand side yesterday, and then make his way out and then down the descent.
Yeah, again, you could just see he's taking it quite easy, quite relaxed, no risk-taking. It's about getting through today.
It's funny, when you go out, here's Julius van den Berg coming into the finish line. Time to beat, 38 minutes 50.89, the time of Lewis Askey. Julius van den Berg spinning his way into the conclusion of his time trial. And we'll see what his time is going to be. And that will be the time to beat, I think, if he gets himself to the line. Little uphill section for Julius van den Berg. And then past us here at the commentary position, and then to the finish line, which is about 40 meters away to our right-hand side. Crosses the line. First place for Julius van den Berg, 25.94 seconds faster than Lewis Askey. It's funny, when you go into, like last night, you're in Thonon-les-Bains, as Weistroffer comes down onto the final straight, and you walk around, you have dinner, or you're around all day, and then you get up this morning, and the place looks completely different. And what's happened overnight, just the way all the barriers have arrived, all the branding's been put out. You've got these walkways across the road that you didn't really notice before, but now they're all branded, and suddenly it's a racetrack.
It's incredible the work they've done between last night, after dinner when we went back to our hotel, to waking up this morning all barried off. And as you mentioned, not just the barriers, but all branded. The bridges they created for fans to be able to go from one side to the other, because they've really limited the crossing points to make sure that there is no fans crossing at not a wanted point. So that's one of the bridges, as you were talking about early on.
Yep. Yeah, when we went to bed last night, there was none of this. There was this little park on the left-hand side where they had loads of things going on that Nico was talking about. Suddenly you've got barriers everywhere, branding everywhere. It becomes the race course as he loops his way through Thonon-les-Bains and then heads down towards the conclusion of this stage.
Yeah, 1 more kilometer for Baptiste Weistroffer.
He's still going well, spinning that gear over. Josh Tarling's gone through that second point, 1:35 ahead. Frettin is the fastest rider at the third split, 27.55, and Van den Bergen 38 minutes and 24 seconds. Here's the start of Julien Alaphilippe, the 34th rider to take to the start ramp. Settles in, it almost comes to a standstill off that ramp. The next big-name rider in the time trial to go is Filippo Ganna. We are 6 places from Ganna starting. We're going at 1.5 minute intervals. So about 9 minutes until you see Filippo Ganna roll down the start ramp for his individual time trial of the afternoon. Weistroffer coming up. Can he set the fastest time? Go into the hot seat for a period of time. It's going to be close. Julius van den Berg has got the fastest time, 38.24.95. Weistroffer is almost there. It looks like he's just going to be outside. So Julius van den Berg stays in the hot seat, 38.24.95. Weistroffer is going to be 10 or 12 seconds outside the time of Julius Vandenberg. There he is, up to the line, 14 seconds down. So Weistroffer, second fastest at the finish. Vandenberg stays in the hot seat. Now on the course, Hubbard has gone through the second split, 6 seconds faster than Josh Tarling. So Tarling not making up any time on Hubbards. For me, that's the surprise of the afternoon.
So far.
So far, yeah. This is the nautical centre of Evian. So you've got all sorts of things you can go and do there. You've got the diving boards, you've got the swimming pool, you can go in the lake. Constructed between 1966 and 1967. Designed by the renowned Haute-Savoie architect Maurice Novarina. Clean lines, large transparent spaces, a large use of reinforced concrete. Designed as a remarkable contemporary architecture. Tarling needs to find a little bit of time here. Into his full time trial mode. 5 seconds now down on Hubbards. Can he close the gap? So not long now until Filippo Ganna starts. Just to cover Jonas Vingegaard Sunday, he's now said in an interview that they were going for the stage win and we went into that roundabout a bit too fast. That's how cycle races are sometimes.
Yes, it's fair play to him to admit it as well. There's a lot of speculation from some of his teammates blaming everything par themselves. But you could see clearly from the telly that, one, they were committed to go for the stage, and two, they were committed to the chase. And Campenaerts just took the wrong line. It had nothing to do with the TV motorbike.
And it is good that Vingegaard's come out and spoken.
Yes, because I think at some point it became a little bit... they were finding all the excuses in the world for his crash, where it's a bike race. It does happen.
This is Dan Uhl, and he is leading this time trial now. He's the fastest rider on the course. He's gone 17 seconds faster than Hubbards to the first split. He's won a stage in the time trial in the Giro d'Italia. And he's now rapid. He's 21 seconds faster than Josh Tarling to that point, Dan Uhl. That's an incredible time.
It is, and Tarling was just past his 3-minute man.
He's just mopping up riders in front of him. That's Pascal Enkhorn he now catches. So he's caught Ackermann, he's caught Haller, he's caught Enkhorn, and yet Dan Uhl is beating him by 21 seconds to that first intermediate split.
Ah, so that was his... Yeah, that's good. He's letting the motorbike past. Or the car past, obviously. There we go. There are strict rules about trying to stay in the slipstream of cars and riders. Obviously, the rider there from Soudal is not interested in a time trial. Very fair play. Just moves out of the way and says, "Go ahead. I just need to get to the finish."
Also, there's strict rules now of cars following. That they can't be too close, they can't be loaded with bikes.
Yes, there's been a lot of regulations over the last 2 years after some abuse of some teams trying to play again with the rules and putting 8 backs on the rack to create this kind of bubble around the rider and ride, depending on the wind, or closer to the rider or further out from the rider. Filippo Ganna, one of the favorites for today. Part of the GC riders, obviously.
Yep, Italian time trial champion.
Let's see if he has this undervest that he was riding in Barcelona.
We'll take a little look at that, see if we can spot what he's got in terms of the trick equipment for the afternoon. The Church of Notre Dame of the Assumption here in Evian-les-Bains. 13th century church. Estimated to have been constructed between 1260 and 1265. but given the presence of Pierre of Savoy's castle and Evian as an administrative centre, it'd be surprising if actually this church is older. That was the casino we were just looking at. Dan Uhler trying to produce a rapid time this afternoon for Decathlon CMA CGM. Put himself into the hot seat. It's not beyond the realms of possibility that Dan Uhler can win this time trial. Or be somewhere in the top 6 places after his performances in time trials in the Giro d'Italia.
Interesting to see how they've built his bars.
I was just looking at that, because he's such a long rider, isn't he?
Doesn't look safe. I'd be worried.
How would they have made them? 3D print them?
Yeah, definitely. I think it's the only way they can make something like that.
Luke Durbridge. Looks like he's got his AirPods coming out his nose.
I was thinking that. This is a very fancy nose. We used to use just the cotton.
He's got designer cotton nose buds.
Yeah. So for those who are curious, you often use eucalyptus or any type of mint. They just put in your nose, helps with the breathing and to clear the lungs.
Kwiatkowski, he's down the ramp now, and his teammate Filippo Ganna is about to go. He'll be the 40th rider to take to the start. Kwiatkowski, the Polish champion, followed by the Italian champion. Into time trial mode for Kwiatkowski. Huge front chain ring.
In Barcelona, we saw chain rings up to 68. Remco Evenepoel. A lot of the riders have been using 62 front chain rings.
Chateau de l'Orange. What we're going past now. There's a lot of beautiful chateaux in this particular area. Also some lovely hotels.
One right in front of us. We haven't seen that yet. On
You've
TV.
not spotted it?
No, but on TV.
Oh.
I've seen it, of course. I've been here 3 days now, but...
A little while ago, I was standing at the fencing with Simon Gerrans, and we both suddenly went, I hadn't noticed that chateau.
You didn't yesterday, no? Or...
No, not at all.
Oh, yesterday on Sunday.
No, neither of us had noticed it until about...
There you go, 64 chain ring
hour
for
ago.
Filippo Ganna.
Ganna about to go. Filippo Ganna, the Italian champion, sprints away. Now you could see his intent straight away.
Yeah, he did a great climb down in Barcelona. I think he was the 3rd fastest rider in that final 4 kilometers. And he did say that today's time trial in his pre-Tour de France interview might be too difficult for him, and he had to try and find opportunities. Well, we haven't seen him find the opportunities yet, so hopefully he's all motivated for today and he's gonna give his best, try and go for the stage.
Interestingly now, Josh Tarling has gone through the 3rd split 12 seconds faster than Hubarts. Hubarts went through the 2nd split 6 seconds faster. Tarling's got this ability to ride a negative split in a time trial. Here he is. Coming up to the finish line, Milan Frettin has the fastest time, 37 minutes 40.71. Tarling, though, is pushing it on now towards the finish. He was 1 minute and 41 seconds, 1 minute 35 seconds ahead at the 2nd split. He's going to really double it. Tarling comes into the line now, 3 minutes and 19 seconds faster than Frettin.
It's the first real time trial time. It's going to be a good references now for the next riders.
Well, he was falling behind Hubarts all the time, but he just has this ability. 34 minutes 21 for Tarling. Put that in perspective, 4 minutes and 36 seconds faster than our first finisher. Here's Dan Uhler.
Going really close. I know he wants to use the perfect line, but going really close to the fans, taking a few risks. As he gets to the top, whoa, even there the fan just has to pull out of the way, although she was already on the footpath.
He is very, very close. Coming up to the rider in front of him.
And almost at the top of this climb, he'll be just in the village there on top.
It should be Krits Nielands who's just in front of him. Looks like it is. He goes through to the next split. Let's see what that's going to be. Is he starting to ship some time now to Hobart? Looks like he might do. So he's gone a little bit rapid in the opening splits, and Dan Hula's now hanging on for dear life. Goes through 5 seconds down, 1 second faster than Tarling, and he was 18 seconds faster at the first split.
He might have paced himself wrongly. May have started too quickly on that first part of the climb.
That is the difference between these time trial specialists. They're just somehow able to almost hold back a little bit and then accelerate really quickly.
Yeah, some of the time trial specialists, their pacing is really studied, and it's impeccable. You often see some of the riders, they're capable of, as you mentioned, being a little bit behind on the first intermediate sprint, and then just slowly but surely being able to keep that pace, to sustain it, and even sometimes to accelerate it. Here's getting in the slipstream, overtaking the rider, and straight away going for the shorter line onto the left-hand side of the road. Nielands, he shouldn't be able to do that. You should have to give at least that 5 meters before you get into the slipstream.
This is the Antoine Ribaud Theatre, constructed between 1883 and 1885, a neoclassical Italian-style theatre. Evian was one of the first spa towns to build a municipal theatre to meet the entertainment needs of its wealthy, cosmopolitan spa clientele. Designed by the architect Jules Clair, a pupil of Charles Garnier. Beautiful theatre there. Kwiatkowski. Working his way uphill.
Yeah, recently crowned Polish champion.
Yep. Still continues to win titles and everything, doesn't he? He's an exceptional bike rider. He's got that little square there inside the speed suit. We think that's a core monitor, don't we?
I think so, although a lot of the times they have them around the arms, but it could be around the heart monitor belt.
Spinning the pedals over nicely. When we look at this handlebar setup compared to Dan Hula, Dan Hula's are almost on like a long extender, aren't they? Whereas normally you see them, okay, they're long, but they've got a lot of spacers underneath, so there's a bit more density to everything, whereas Dan Hula's look like they're just lying out in the middle of nowhere.
It was, I'd never noticed it before, actually, how his bars were done. It does catch an eye.
Cachat Spring. It's beautiful inside, isn't it? Developed from 1826, known as the Source Sainte Catherine. It owes its fame to the Marquis de la Serre, who in 1789 noticed the beneficial effects of this water on his kidney stones whilst out walking. The spring was purchased by Gabriel Cachat in 1824, giving its definitive name to one of Evian's most famous springs. This is the historic starting point of the mineral water industry and the town's spa boom. So whilst Nico might have gone past the factory, that's where it all started. Count Jean-Charles de Lauzier noticed improvement in his kidney conditions after regularly drinking water from that spring. This attracted consumers, prompting the owner of the site to start charging for the water. In 1824, commercial operations expanded with the opening of the baths, and the St. Catherine Spring became known as the Cashad Spring. Oops. Dan Uhler. In 1826, the Dukes of Savoy authorised bottling of the water. In the beginning, from 1908, Evian was marketed in glass bottles. And it's evolved over a long period of time. Out of that factory, 1.9 billion litres are bottled every single year. It's a lot of water.
It's a lot of water. Hull taking it really hot under the descent, almost leaning against the guardrail there. Van Vermeersch. Also bearing in mind that this team of Emirates, UAE Emirates XRG are hunting for the team prize, so they would also have to push with a third rider, not just Del Toro and Wolf coming pretty wide there. Hull, not easy.
Rapid.
He's got a rider to pass. He's got the motorbike who was actually trying to get around the rider.
He has taken a few risks, isn't he? Dan Uhler coming up to the back wheel of this rider in front.
Oop, 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 oop.
Goes flying past. Tim Marsman, the rider in front.
Yeah, really a difference in speed there between the two riders.
Yeah, he's going much more rapidly, isn't he? See the difference between these riders? We're going to go back, way back in history now, to 1926.
The Tour de France 1926 had a rather unusual Grand Départ, with the riders getting on a train instead of on their bikes. That's because the race was starting outside of Paris for the very first time, in Evian. And that wasn't the only unprecedented feature of that tour. It also saw two brothers wear the yellow jersey in the same edition for the first time. Belgian rider Jules Buys won a mammoth first stage by more than 13 minutes, covering 373 kilometres in over 14 hours. He took the yellow jersey and held it for 2 days. Then on stage 10, it was recovered by his brother Lucien. Third in 1924 and second in 25, he finally conquered the Tour in 26 after the longest edition in history, a whopping 5,745 kilometres. Two brothers also took yellow on the same Tour in 1939, and again it was two Belgians. Romain Mas, the 1935 winner, topped the leaderboard after the early time trial between Caen and Vire, although he lost it later the same day. His brother Silver, the winner in 1936, showed greater consistency. He took control of the race in the Alps on stage 15 and kept yellow until Paris to secure his second overall win.
The first ever start outside Paris. A little bit of history of the Tour de France. Let's update you on the intermediate splits. 47 riders have started. At the first split, it's Dan Uhler. Philippe Ganna is 6 seconds down on Dan Uhler to that point. Second intermediate split, Hubarts is the fastest. Dan Uhler's 5 seconds down. He's starting to slow down. Tarling is 6 seconds down. At the third split, Tarling is fastest by 12 seconds from Hubarts and Dan Uhler 22 seconds. And at the finish, Josh Tarling is the leader, 28 seconds ahead of Hubarts. Filippo Ganna now on the course. The next riders to go include Luke Durbridge. He will go soon, and so will Benjamin Thomas. not long until we start to get to close to the start of Mads Pedersen in a little while. We're looking out over some beautiful areas here in France this afternoon, right on the banks of Lac Léman, and we're in Evian and Thonon. Let's just say a hello to a few of you quickly. I just wanted to say hello to Sandra and Clive Hillcrest. Sandra, 11 years ago, had a bad dose of flu and was housebound. Found the Tour de France and hasn't left since. She is better from the flu, but she hasn't missed the Tour de France since, so thank you very much. Also wanted to have a very quick mention to Lisa Adam, and I just wanted to say to Henry, who's a 9-year-old son of Lindsay, I know how upset you were about the loss of Jonas on Sunday, Henry, but I'm sure Jonas appreciates your support, and I know that it was devastating for everybody. We're all a bit emotional about losing Jonas. He, of course, has been first or second in the Tour for the last 5 years, and I know he's got a huge, huge number of fans. But he'll be back next year, I'm sure. So, Henry, keep wearing that Wiesmann Lisa Bike jersey that I know you've got, and I'm sure that Jonas appreciates your support and he'll get well soon. A quick few hellos also to Jennifer Gardner, to Bridget Schooler, and to Lynette Minar, to Wendy Johnson and Cindy Strout. Thank you very much for all of your support. You can get in touch with Nico and I at Nicholas Roach, at Ant McCrossan is where you can get hold of us during the race. Out on the course is Dan Hula. And let's hear now from a rider who leads, Josh Tarling.
Yeah, it's too long for me, but too long and hard. But for me, I take it as like a good chance to go full before the world. So, yeah, I mean, I underdid the climb. I had too much left at the end, so I think that pacing is not going to work. But I did a good ride. So,
according to your opinion, is it more for Remco for today? Who's your favorite today?
It's going to be close, you know. It'll be those two are going to be pretty similar on the climb, so it'll be who descends fastest and then who has the most left for the final. So I think maybe Remco.
Bit of disappointment in his voice, isn't he? Saying that he felt that the pacing plan was wrong and they made him go too conservative on the climb. Very interesting.
This ride is about to start. Georg Steinhauser. Let's see him start. I want to come back to that interview of Josh Tarling. So he starts. So we talked about this, I think, a little bit last week, but it's the performance team who dictate the pacing strategy, and you have to kind of trust it.
Totally.
So he has no real say in that. He's just got to follow the plan.
He's got to follow the plan. And it looked like if it was the plan was slightly too conservative on the climb for him.
How do they work it out?
Maths, physics.
AI. All sorts.
I hope not. I hope, well, they probably do use AI too, but
you've really got to just trust the process. If you're going for the victory like that, you don't do it on feel. You just, because that climb is so tough at the beginning, you've got to trust, right, okay, they've said go like this, therefore I'll have this, I should have more recovery time. I mean, clearly he speeded up a lot. And then I guess, does the plan just say, to the finish, you just go all out?
Well, whatever the plan said, he wanted to go faster on the climb, and he said it's not normal that he finished so fresh.
He does sound very, very disappointed.
And I think more than anything, that the same, as he mentioned in his interview, is not just about today, because he knows he's fighting against Tadej Pogačar and Remco Evenepoel, but it's also a test thinking about the Worlds in 2 months' time.
Yes.
And that's something he talked about. There's not many tests, there's not many TTs or opportunities after the Tour de France to go for another time trial flat out, unless he's going to go to the Tour of Spain. So it's one of the few chances to have a real test and to try things out. And obviously for him, he feels that he did a good ride, but he felt he could have done more.
Can it be that a rider who's young like him, you get to this point in the Tour and actually he's responding way better to the process of the Tour de France, that he's now way stronger than he was when that plan was produced even?
I think that plan was produced last night.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Right,
It's with the latest numbers they have.
right. So it's not like they would have produced it before the Tour de France and said, right, that's for the time trial day, that's what we need to do. They actually
No.
do update the numbers and look at them.
Yeah, and most likely they also sat down together. It's not something that's done without, especially at the level when you're riding. Filippo Ganna doing pretty well. Can he make it in time? It looks like he might be just off the best time. Or
He's riding
no,
similar
actually
to
2
Tarling,
seconds.
isn't he? 2.24 seconds faster than Hubbard, so he goes fastest to the top of the climb, 32.83 kilometers an hour. Also, if you're a Filippo Ganna, tell me, you've got a plan. It's been given to you by the performance team. Do you, at some point, just discount it and do your own thing?
No, it's not a dictatorship. It's a chat.
Right.
The riders do have some little say in the equation. They don't have a lot to say, but they have a minimum to say. And especially the more important rider you are, the more you have a say.
Okay.
When you're Filippo Ganna and you're world champion, Italian champion, and won stages in Grand Tours and a time trial, you will have a word to say in that performance plan meeting. So they will agree to the plan. So I'm pretty sure that if you ask Tarling, he probably had a chance to look it over and to comment and agree with the plan. It's not just it's not dictatorship. Is a lot of the stuff is highly recommended. The final word will come from the team, but it still is a conversation.
But Tarling, maybe it comes down to experience as well. He's learning all the time. Whereas Ganna
I
might
think-
just say, I think I can go quicker than that.
He's a lot of experience. He's European champion, former European champion. I just think they made a mistake in full stop, and that's it. I don't think we need to look at any other thing about, oh, what if and this and that. I was like, no. They said he should go this pace. It wasn't the pace he should have gone. Full stop. Happens. It's not.
Yeah. He's disappointed. Here comes Dan Hula. Look at those bars. Coming into the finish line, he's going to be way outside the time of Tarling. He looked superb early on, but he's gone a lot steadier on the run into the finish. Josh Tarling, 34 minutes, 21.04. He's going to stay at the top of the leaderboard. Maybe that'll give him a bit more morale when Dan Hula comes in at third place. He loses 40 seconds.
On the downhill part and the flat part into the finish. We just had a quick hello from the voice of the Tour de France, Piquet, who gave us a wave through the window.
Did he? I didn't see him. Was he around? I think he's upstairs somewhere doing Radio Tour today. He doesn't go around in a car, of course. Otherwise, he'd just be going round and round and round all afternoon.
Do multiple laps.
Yes. This is the Hotel Hermitage, constructed in 1910. Built shortly after the Hotel Royal by the same society, designed to offer a more intimate, rustic and welcoming residential alternative for spa guests. Beautiful hotel, the Hotel Hermitage. Look at the golf, the tennis courts in the background. It's right next to the Resort Golf Club, one of the oldest golf courses in France. You'll probably see that. Out on the course, this is the situation. At the first split point, Dan Hula leads 6 seconds faster than Ganna. Then it's Hubarts, then it's Josh Tarling. At the second split, it's Filippo Ganna, Hubarts, Dan Hula and Josh Tarling, as Luke Durbridge continues with his time trial. At the third split, Josh Tarling from Hubarts, from Dan Hula. We're waiting for Ganna to get there. And at the finish line, Josh Tarling leads with 34 minutes 21, Hubarts at 28, and Dan Hula at 39 seconds. Durbridge out on the course now. Luke Durbridge, the 53rd rider to take to the race start.
Also a pretty solid time trialist at the beginning of his career, coming out from the track. Then I won't say gave up on that, but just didn't really step up. His first few years, very competitive, getting great results. But then that was it, kind of, I won't say gave up on time trialing, but just worked on something else.
Yes.
Filippo Ganna leaning really well there in those corners. Very smooth.
And you got an indication there of what we were talking about earlier, where we saw Kamil Gradek leaning through the turns. Ganna's sometimes going straighter through each turn and actually uses more of the road and loses less speed by doing so. He's now 2 seconds faster at the second split.
Yeah, technically Ganna is very good on a time trial bike.
Not in the skis, on the sidebars.
Yeah, also using a few moments to not to overdo it, not to pedal through every single corner, trying to recover in between some of the corners. Just now, for example, a bit of freewheeling.
Little technical section, slows you down a little bit more. That's where we saw Dan Hula take it a little bit wide. And Ganna up in a tempo with 10 kilometers of racing to go, looking to try and set the fastest time at the finish.
Yeah, alternating from the skis and the bar position. Every time he can, he gets in the tuck for a few seconds and doesn't take any risk. Arms back out. Picks up a bit of speed.
It's wonderful to watch the way he rides. Just how he carries his speed, how he tries not to get out of the saddle too much.
And this is one of the trickier corners on the descent. Proper U. And then there's another corner exactly the same going right. That's kind of the technical part, and then he'll be back on the main road after this corner. Another couple hundred meters, and then you're on the flatter part.
Ganna into the skis now. Goes straight through and now gets into time trial mode to try and get the fastest time. 24:35 is his time trial so far. Not too far to go. Closing in on the cars in front of him.
His team car.
Goes past the Ineos Grenadier. Does that mean that
Yes, he's catching his teammate.
Kwiatkowski is just in front of him?
Yes, white jersey, it looks like Kwiatkowski.
There is Kwiatkowski just going round the corner. He looks super strong as he closes in now. We're waiting for him to get to the third split. 38 riders have got there, and Josh Tarling is the leader with 25 minutes 28. Ganna is coming up to that point now. In fact, he's going to be very close to the time of Josh Tarling and might actually be outside the time of Josh Tarling. Let's see what the time is going to be. Ganna goes through, second fastest, 5 seconds down on Josh Tarling. Tarling's ridden an amazing second section, which is why he's probably thinking I'm too slow on that final area of the course. But Tarling has taken, between chrono point 2 and the point 3, Tarling has gone from 8 seconds down to 5 seconds up, which is pretty impressive.
If you think that is literally downhill on this kind of flat part, very impressive. He must have descended like a lunatic or managed this part very well.
Yes. We didn't see too much of him on the descent. Third split coming up soon for Filippo Ganna. 40 riders have reached that point. 7.3 kilometers to go. Now he needs to find a little bit of speed. There's the situation. Ganna is 5 seconds down at that third point. Now he just needs to go all out, all the way to the finish line to try and set the fastest time. But he's up against his teammate.
So it's interesting that everyone goes to the left, because this morning when I did the recon with Luis, I felt that the left, sorry, that they go to the right, I felt that the left was quicker. But again, most riders have gone to the right, so maybe at high speed with the bike, it's a bit different than this morning, but we did try to see which side was quicker, and if we felt that it was the left side was quicker.
Nico, explain to what's going on here and what has to happen.
So there's a lot of new rules now with 3D printed bars, giving obviously a lot more flexibility to the manufacturer to change angles and everything. So they're measuring from where the elbow sits to the top of the bars, because there's only so many centimeters difference that you can go for the angle of the actual skis. So that's one of the things that they were looking at. That's why they were measuring where the pads are and where your hands are. But also in length of the bars, there's a certain limitation in length that you can have. And then the same, they will look at the setback of your saddle. Again, there's a regulation on setbacks. There are different rules of bars where you're allowed to have a certain distance between the tip of the saddle and your shifters. And this could be one way or the other, which means that you're with the two rules that are implemented by the UCI, one of them is allowed to be shifted. So you can play with one of the two rules, or your bar length if your saddle is in the line, or in the opposite. Obviously, if you're a tall rider, you ask the UCI to get an authorization to change some of these distances of bars and saddle, and the UCI would agree. They say, okay, Ghana, you're 1.95 meters. We agree that you cannot have up to 88 length of bars, because your knees would be literally in your elbows. So then the UCI will authorize another length for the taller riders.
So everything is checked, everything is measured, all the equipment has to comply with the regulations. The bikes are checked at least twice on a time trial day?
Yes, one by the team as a warm-up, and then the official bike check before the race. So officially once, but they will do two. They'll do a trial in the morning to make sure everything is right, so they don't have to do a test again if something wasn't right. So they will do a minimum 2 tests, but the one that counts is the one before the start. Ghana now catching 2 riders. He's called Kwiatkowski, so he's taking about 20-30 seconds to Kwiatkowski in that 5-6 kilometers of flat, well, 4 kilometers of flat exactly, and look at the difference of speed of passing Kwiatkowski.
Yep, he's absolutely flying past him. He catches Hugo Page as well. Ghana, 4.2 kilometers to go to the finish line to try and set the fastest time. The fastest time is currently his teammate, Josh Tarling. Tarling in the hot seat, and a bit disappointed with his ride, but maybe now he'll get a little bit more of a smile on his face about it when he sees that he has beaten Ghana at that 3rd split point. So he's taken back a little bit of time. We're going to go back in history to the year 2000. Evian Laban is back on the tour for the first time in 26 years. In 2000, Stage 17 took the riders on a 155-kilometre outing to Lausanne. And despite a few lumps and bumps, the sprinters were expected to fight it out on the shores of Lake Geneva. Eric Decker had already won twice that year, and the Dutchman completed his hat-trick in style. He racked up 40 career wins, including another stage of the tour in 2001. Eric Decker in the colours of Rabobank. Let's update you on a few times. Dan Hula was fastest at the first split point ahead of Ghana, then Tarling was in 5th place. At the 2nd split point, Ghana led ahead of Hobart, Stan Hula and Josh Tarling. At the 3rd split point, it's Tarling, Ghana, Hobart, Stan Hula. Interestingly, Jakob Otruba has been going quick. He's the 5th fastest rider on the course. And Tarling is fastest at the finish line. Filippo Ganna, oops, little kick of the wheel there. 2.3 kilometers to go. The time to beat 34 minutes 21. Just trying to find some more speed. Another rider who's able to ride these negative splits and find more speed in the last few kilometers than they find in the early stages of the time trial. And you can just see the way Ganna is just upping the tempo all the time.
But he's lost 3 seconds though. He's lost another 3 seconds to Tarling. Like, it's a pity we didn't see Tarling go through this section, because he must have been absolutely flying, because Ganna looks like he's literally motoring. Very fast through this section, clean lines. Look at that, just rocking it through the corners, using all the road, taking the shortest line possible, sticking to the barrier side.
He looks so quick, doesn't he? Yeah, it would have been nice to see Tarling through here, because we could compare how Tarling went compared to Ganna, because you can see just how Ganna's almost spinning out now on that massive gear that he's got on. He's so flat out. 62k an hour in this time trial for Ganna. He's got a kilometre to go, and he's got 1 minute 6 seconds to get there. It's going to be really, really tight. At this speed, he's going to do it. Just.
It's going to be a close one.
Yep, a second or two either way. Filippo Ganna, the Italian champion, multiple world champion, flying his way now towards the conclusion of this time trial. Let's see what the situation is at the finish line. A little bit narrow through here. And now he makes his way towards the line. 33.50. Tarling at 34.21.
Yeah, it's looking good for Ganna, I think.
It looks like he's going to make it. The time to beat is his teammate, 34 minutes 21.04. Filippo Ganna can see the finish line now. Time to empty the tank completely. There's the line. Oh, it's going to be tight. It's going to be very, very tight. Josh Tarling looks like he's going to stay in the hot seat and beat his teammate, Filippo Ganna. It's going to be 1 or 2 seconds at the line. In fact, it's 4.86. Now, Tarling might go from disappointment to a little smile.
Well, I think he might realize that even though he feels that he could have given more, what he's done well.
He has, hasn't he?
Because Ganna was one of the big favourites for today. Tarling as well, but I think most people expected Ganna in front of Tarling. It's only a handful of seconds, but 4 seconds, well done.
This is Gernalek. Wow. Tibor Gernalek through the second split is faster by 0.16 of a second. That's impressive.
Garafini. Nope.
Bertrand Hageness out on the course, early doors. Is it possible that, I'm sure it must be like this, there must be days in the Tour that surprise you both ways. Some days where you feel terrible and some days where you feel like your body is just responding in such a way that actually you can't comprehend how you feel at the end of a stage because you feel way better than you expected.
It often works more one way than the other.
Yeah.
It's very rare that you wake up and say, I had the best day of my life, and normally you will feel your form, and your form usually when you prepare for a tour is at the highest of the year, and then you will have a day where maybe you're feeling less good, and maybe a day where you're feeling slightly better, but never in the extremes. It's easier and more noticeable to know when you had a bad day.
Yes.
I often said in anything, it's very difficult to get the feeling of when you feel better. It's easier to understand when you feel worse.
Yeah.
And even as a rider, you because then you're mentally prepared to train to be better. At some point, it's hard to understand if you were better or not than the day before. Yeah. Even if you just look at numbers, because it's not all your numbers also to rely on what's going on in the race.
Yeah.
So the feeling of progression is harder to perceive than the opposite. It's easier to know when you have bad legs.
Yes. Yeah. Did you find it useful looking at data though? Because sometimes your body, you wake up and you're like, oh, I feel awful. But in reality, the data's shown you're not as bad as you feel.
100%. I think, again, data works more in that way.
Yeah.
Where one morning you might wake up and feel tired, and then you know that. But to talk about feeling, I could know when I was doing the warm-up, when I was doing this progression, you know when you managed to get your progression, how your legs felt. And there was days where, when I felt that I managed to get to the end of my warm-up, and I wasn't hitting the number I should have hit at the good heart rate, I knew maybe it was a day that I was tired.
Yeah.
I was like, now I know it's going to be difficult. And there's been other days where I felt that I could do more, and I was like, okay, now I just need to not get overexcited because I think I have good legs. So sometimes that little warm-up can also give you a bit of an insight, especially in the second week of a Tour de France or the third week of a Tour de France.
Guernalec having a good day. Not a rider you've expected to be up there in a time trial at the level of Ganna, but he's having a fantastic performance right now. This is Benjamin Thomas. Guernalec, 28 years of age. Never won a bike race in his career. Benjamin Thomas out on the course. He's won a bike race, Italian Olympic champion on the track. Let's see how he goes. Looks like he's just riding. But Guernalec, on the other hand, is producing one of the rides so far today. Guernalec at the second split is fastest, top of the leaderboard. This is going to be an interesting run-in now. Benjamin Thomas, sixth fastest.
Interesting to see the hand position, where it really has him straight on top rather than twisted to the side. It's a good little replay on that's what I was trying to talk about, the hand position.
Just trying to keep the acceleration on as much as possible. So his hands are not crossed over in any way, are they? Very separate. Has he got a little bar in front of him, or are they two separate little bars? Like almost something to hold on to. Can't quite see. So many camper vans up here that have parked over the last 48 hours. Filippo Ganna just signing a few autographs. Right, what can Guernalec do by the finish line? It will be interesting to see where he gets to this third split as to how he compares to Tarling and Ganna. Tarling went through 25 minutes 28.
It's a big difference there between the first intermediate and the second intermediate.
There is, isn't there? He's going really well now.
This is the part with the two dangerous corners on this ascent. First into the left, and then exactly the same corner onto the right. And then it's straight down onto the main road.
Guernalec leans the bike over. Total Energy still looking for a sponsor to continue this team. They have only got a small amount of time to secure something. Otherwise, this team is going to disappear. Maybe the performances and the way that the team has shown that they're aggressive and they're trying to get in moves and they're trying to do something a bit special. Could be that a sponsor steps in and says, we're prepared to take this team on. Let's hope so. Otherwise, one of the oldest teams in world cycling is going to disappear. I haven't heard any more updates, have you?
No. Normally on rest days, it's usually the day where you kind of have these updates, but no news yesterday.
Otherwise, all the riders are going to start to go, aren't they? They're going to start to head to other teams, potentially. Some will try and hang on, but the likes of Jordan Jegat, I'm sure, will be looking at teams. If you're top 10 in the Tour de France, a team is going to want you.
Yes, you can't really afford to wait too much.
And you might feel some loyalty to the team, but at the end of the day, you need to earn a living.
Yeah, you can't risk it that much.
No. Guernalec coming up to the next split. What is it going to be?
Team radio.
Allez mec, tu joues avec les meilleurs sur la plus grande course du monde. C'est top ce que tu fais. Tu continues, tu lâches rien.
Yeah, what he is doing is incredible today. This is a fantastic performance by Thibaut Guernalec. He's gone through the third split, fourth fastest now. He's lost time. He was equal on time with Ganna. Now he's 22 seconds down on Ganna at the next split. So at the third split, he has lost some time. This is where the difference is made. Pedersen cooling himself down. Well, we've had the arms in ice, now we're having feet in ice. Would you want nice cold feet before you started a time trial?
Definitely not.
No?
And also because the shoes, they take in the water with the socks and everything, it'd be quite heavy.
Yeah. Maybe it's the thing. A little bit more weight into the pedals gives you half a watt. You never know. Thibaut Guernalec, this is a fantastic performance by this French rider. He also looks very good on a time trial bike.
Yeah, there's a little bit of swinging there, but he looks fast and going for it. Producing, like my sports director said, a really good effort on the biggest race of the world. When you go to the intermediate time checks and you're in the same times more or less than Filippo Ganna and Tarling, well, that's very, very encouraging. 50 kilometers per hour, and they're gonna come close to 6 kilometers to go, cross the railway tracks, and then make their way towards the center of Thonon-les-Bains, a little descent, then onto the river bank, or the lake bank.
Yeah. Did you go in the lake yesterday?
Just the legs.
Yeah, me too. I thought it was nice and clear and I just stood in it.
I was surprised because I don't really like cold water. I was surprised it wasn't as cold as I expected.
No, it wasn't cold at all. There's the confirmation at Guernalec, 21 seconds down at the intermediate split 3. The first time trial in the Tour was run in the 1934 edition of the Tour. It was a half stage on the penultimate day. The riders rode a 90-kilometre time trial after 81 kilometres in the morning of a road race. The winner was French yellow jersey Antonin Magna. The average speed 35.635 kilometres an hour. What's the longest time trial you've ever ridden in a pro career?
I think it was around 50-odd kilometers, stage 3 or 4 of the Tour in 2009.
Horrible.
It was a very long team time trial, 2009.
Yeah.
Around, I think it was around Montpellier. That's probably one of the longest. Or,
Yeah.
I don't remember how long they were. Actually, individual time trials in the Vuelta, there was also a 50-kilometer time trial on a motorway. It was 25k out roundabout,
25K
or up
back.
around 25k back.
Oh. That's horrible, isn't it?
There were a few really long ones. I remember as well in 2012, that was close to an hour time trial, close to 50 kilometers. With, I think that was the one when Wigo won, obviously. I've done quite a few around that 45, 50, never 90.
Have you ever ridden the longest time trial in history? 139 kilometres.
No.
Longest time trial in history, 1947 in Van to Sambrook. Raymond Impanis won after a time trial of 3 hours, 49 minutes and 36 seconds. leaving eventual GC winner Jean Robic 4 minutes and 54 seconds behind. 130.
I'd love to know who, well, we know when, but how did someone eventually say, I wonder if we should do this and riders should go one by one, see who's the fastest?
Yeah, when was that? Well, that was right early in the whole 1934 for sure. But yeah, in terms of the oldest ever time trial, I can't remember what it is. We'll have a look. Let's hear now from Filippo Ganna.
So you're an expert, obviously, at these. Who do you think this suits later in the afternoon? Remco, Pogacar? What sort of rider do you think this suits the best?
For sure, Remco is a more specialist compared to today for the TT, but the 10K of climbing in the start is not easy, so we see the rest who can be happen. Yeah.
The climb, can you talk us through specifics, what sort of gear you were using on the climb? How hard was it?
Yeah, single plate I use every time and I didn't change it, so I think I can do the difference in the final, but the legs was pretty hard spin in the end. Yeah.
And the young man, Josh, he just got the better of you, your teammate.
Oh, I'm happy for him. Of course, he started this tour with the injury after the Dauphiné, but still dragging up with the shape, and yeah, last week could be more interesting also for him. Yeah. Thank you.
Filippo Ganna gracious to his teammate Josh Tarling, who is still the leader. Ganna 4 seconds behind. Hubart's at 28 seconds. We're waiting for the start of Mads Pedersen, which is 7 minutes away. Gernelek coming into the line.
Allez mec, dans les moments durs, tu penses à ta femme, tu penses à ta fille. Allez mec, t'as pas le droit de lâcher là. C'est un super résultat que t'es parti pour aujourd'hui. Allez, 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 allez.
I do love a Total Energy team radio. It's all about passion. Gernelek on his way to the line. He's losing a lot of time though. This is the difference, isn't it? Of a pure time trialist to someone who's clearly been really strong on that initial climb. He's just not carrying the speed that Ganna and Tarling find in a time trial.
Yeah, especially on the final part of the time trial. Benjamin Thomas.
6.2 kilometers to go for Benjamin Thomas. He sounds like he's got a puncture. Gernelek through the last twists and turns. Nearly 60k an hour. We're still seeing riders going past us who are finishing this time trial and not touching any of the times that we've seen so far this afternoon. The final riders, the final rider to go will be Pogacar at 5:15 in the afternoon. Gernelek, the shoulders going left and right, trying to get some effort out of that bike now, but just doesn't have the straight line speed. He is catching the rider in front of him though.
No, he's done an excellent time trial, that's for sure. He's just not at the level of Tarling and Ganna. But we have to appreciate the performance. That's it, he's already passed the time. He's probably going to lose about like 25, 30 seconds.
Yeah. But not a rider we would have expected to be
it's a great
at this
performance.
level. It's fantastic. It might tell us something for the future. Gernelek all out now as he comes into the conclusion of this time trial. What position is he going to secure at the early stages of this individual time trial? Thibaut Gernelek of Total Energy. He's almost going to catch the rider in front of him. This is a stunning performance. He's coming up to the wheel of Ed Plankert. He's got someone to chase into the finish. He goes past our commentary position and he's going to finish with the 5th fastest time. That's an impressive ride from a rider you would not have picked to be in that position before the time trial starts.
Yeah, that's a very good ride by him. And also you can see there's a there's a lot to be done with his position. It's optimized, but it's not super optimized. There's no 3D printed bars. You could just see the difference in investment between some of the top riders who will have literally tens of thousands of extra investment on their TT position. Gernelek has probably did a wind tunnel test, and he's got the normal bars that you buy in any bike shop. Basically, they're the traditional bars rather than 3D printed stuff.
So if you took his position and you added 3D printed bars and some other trick bits, he would save quite a few seconds.
I think so. I think you could clearly see, like even now when you look at Van Moor's position, looks nicer than the one of Gernelek.
Yes.
So I think there's definitely margin for him to have a better position on his bike and maybe eventually get some other seconds. But again, there's riders when you're not a time trialist, when you're not a specialist, teams will not always invest everything or extra on your time trial, especially when you do 1 or 2 a year. It's really when you're or a top GC rider or a TT specialist that the team would put the extra work in it.
Next rider out on the course.
Magnus Cort.
Spinning his way up the climb. So just to update you at the finish line, Tarling leads from Ganna, from Hubbard, from Dan Hula, with Thibaut Gernelek in 5th place so far. The last 5 individual time trials were won by just 3 riders. Remco Evenepoel in 2024 and 25, Tadej Pogačar in Nice in 24 and Peyregoud in 25, and Jonas Vingegaard in Combloux in 2023. The rider who's won the most individual time trials at the Tour is Bernard Hinault. He's won 20. Eddie Merckx won 16 individual time trials. And Jacques Anquetil won 11 individual time trials at the Tour de France. Last year, of course, there were 2 time trials. Remco Evenepoel won in Caen from Tadej Pogačar, and Eduardo Affini in Peyregoud. Tadej Pogačar won from Jonas Vingegaard and Primož Roglič. Magnus Cort following the white line in the middle of the road. Nice and steady right now.
Yeah, going through the Danish, I won't say corner, straight line.
The Danish straight line.
You'll see they have, actually he's just past it. They have, no, it's further up, sorry, it's almost at the top of the climb. Just after the KOM, the roads go right, and then there's a slight rise, and there's probably, I'd say about 10 or 12 flags that are planted in along the street, and then you have all the writing on the road that you mentioned early on, with still Vingegaard being mentioned, but they have all the names of the Danes racing in the peloton written on the road.
Look at that, absolutely stunning. Here's a beautiful backdrop to today's individual time trial. The mountains in the background, the lake down below, and a lot of green around the forest area as well.
I have to say, for us, it's been we were quite lucky with our rest day being right by the lake.
Yes.
It was just nice just to walk by the lake last night and late afternoon. Although it was busy and noisy and everything, but just visually it was just so pretty.
Yeah, it was. It was a stunning place to be. Here's Mads Pedersen. The green jersey, 62th chainring on the front. Now, in the green jersey competition, this rider doesn't need to do anything today, does he? There's no points on offer.
Well, not for the green jersey competition. There is for the stage.
Yes. But he's not
going to be top 15, no.
No.
And nor is Philipsen.
So he just needs to ride, complete the time trial, be in the time limit, that's it.
Yes.
Brent Van Moor out on the course.
I think a lot of riders are thinking about tomorrow as well. Quite some opportunities to be in the breakaway. Again, it's a bit of a I was going to say a flat-ish start, but no, there's only about 18 kilometers of 14 kilometers of flat before you start the first climbs.
Benjamin Thomas finishes.
4 of them back to back. So a lot of riders tomorrow are thinking about, okay, I need to be in this breakaway. I cannot go too deep today.
The intermediate sprint tomorrow.
It's at the end.
Wow, okay.
Yeah, tomorrow's stage is really done for breakaway to arrive. All the hard part is at the beginning of the race.
That's our chateau, which is just opposite us.
Yeah, about to see the yellow trucks. Not that one.
This chateau's stunning. It literally is opposite Nico and I right now. We look at the turrets on the towers and how beautiful it is and presented. A 15th century pleasure palace situated on the estate on the shores of Lake Geneva. In this chateau, Amadeus the 8th Duke of Savoy hosted Pope Eugene IV around 1440. Shortly after that visit, the Duke of Savoy became Pope under the name Felix V. The estate comprises 53-hectare forest, has an arboretum with 58 different species, and a vineyard classified under the Vin de Savoie AOC. That's a huge area, isn't it? So it must be the entire finish straight that we're looking at right now. Mads Pedersen continuing with his time trial. So see the green jersey and give him a cheer. Hope his feet have warmed up now. He's looking strong. Let's see what his splits are going to be. He has ridden some good time trials in his career.
Yeah, it definitely has. A lot more and good ones on the flat rather than the climbs, but let's see how he rides, if he's committing to it or just riding through.
We'll get a good indication on the first split, won't we, as to whether he's going for this.
Yes. Because also it's also nice if you had already a big rest day, and some riders also kind of want to get the body activated. So although you're doing it a little bit easier, you still want to get a good workout and get it over with. The longer you're on the bike, the slower you go, the longer you're on the bike. So some riders just like, okay, I'm just going to go through it. It's 34 minutes. It's not the end of the world, and get back to the hotel as soon as possible. Another Dane on the start line. Winner of Tour of Flanders, stage in the Tour de France, Casper Asgreen.
Casper Asgreen rolls away. He goes, very relaxed. Big Aero helmet on. Asgreen, can he win a final stage this week? He's always trying to get in a breakaway at some point to win a stage. He's followed by Matty Morich and Luke Plapp. Coming up soon, Mathieu van der Poel, Victor Kampenaerts. As Asgreen just settles into his rhythm on this climb. As he continues, let's just go through the finds of Sunday. There were loads.
Actually, it's original. Did you notice the pocket is actually on the shorts, because the Assos skin suit goes higher than, you know, from the bib shorts.
Yes.
The stitching is higher. They've actually put the pocket for the number down below on the shorts rather than kind of slightly up.
It looks better, don't you think?
Yeah, I have to say, when you're standing up, it looks weird because the line of the bib shorts is not on your hips, but more like halfway through your stomach.
Yeah.
But in the position, it doesn't look bad at all. Morich
about to start.
Looking focused on his face there on the start line, yeah.
It does, doesn't he?
Let's see if he's going to try and go for it, or just again.
Oh, he started relatively quick. Let's see if he settles down and goes slower, or whether he starts to accelerate. The camera doesn't really show you how steep this little start is.
Yeah, it's very, very deceiving. That's one of the riders who's going to try and go all out today. Nils Pollitt, former German TT champion. He's done well again on the podium this year. Is he third or second? I forgot.
Yeah, is that to make sure they win the team prize?
I'd say so. And also, I think when you're a former TT specialist, still is TT specialist, you always want to go good. As Paring said earlier on, there's not many chances to do TTs in the year.
No.
And that's the day where he doesn't need to work for Pogacar. He's riding there on his own. So he wants to try and get a little performance out of this and try and get a result.
First split coming up for Mads Pedersen. He's not far away now, about a minute and a little bit. Coming up to that first intermediate. So we'll get a good idea of how he's going. Pedersen, he does look like he's trying. This is Luke Plapp.
So Luke Plapp, he was in the favourites this morning in the riders to follow. Let's see if the recommendations were good. Sechin looks like he's starting on a good note, flicking through the screen, getting himself in the rhythm.
A rider who is a strong time trialist and a lighter weight rider, so the initial climb should play to his strengths. This is Mohoric.
I'm just always worried that a lot of these riders who know are not going to be in the top 15, 20 are still thinking about the breakaway tomorrow, where the real chance is being in that breakaway tomorrow rather than going flat out today to be 22nd or 28th.
So a Luke Plapp might just think, oh, I'm not sure. Tomorrow's my day.
Yeah, although he's a good time trial for him. So it's always very difficult to know unless you have an interview in the morning and say, are you going to go full gas or not? And he's honest enough to say yes or no. It's very, very difficult to know if even fast riders commit to it or not, thinking about what's going to happen tomorrow and after tomorrow.
As we look out over the lake, let's give you the fines of Sunday. The first one's quite heavy. Tom Pidcock was fined 200 Swiss francs times 2, a 10-second time penalty times 2, 15 points from the UCI ranking times 2, and 4 points from the mountain classification times 2 for pushing off a car. So that means he lost another 20 seconds. He had been riding well in the mountains, actually, starting to climb up, so he lost 8 points in those, and he was fined 400 Swiss francs. It's quite a lot of fines.
Yeah, I wonder if it was multiple times that he pushed on the...
Yeah, twice. I think, by the looks of it. So I don't know when that was. Feeding on foot outside the feed zone. Alex Bourdin. That's a big green jersey.
One size fits all.
Yep. You missed out on getting a polka dot T-shirt today.
I've given up.
It came through before we even commentated.
I'm giving up. I'm going to go and buy one online.
Okay. Alex Bourdin. Alex Bourdin was fined 500 Swiss francs for feeding on foot outside the feeding zone. He wasn't feeding on foot, was he?
No, must have taken a musette or a musette, no, because they weren't allowed to give musettes last Sunday, but must have been just outside. There's a team radio, Bahrain victorious. Let's have an indication.
And from 11.3, we go into the descent, and you don't do anything stupid there. I know you are very fast, with your very good skills, but I want to have everyone tomorrow at the start.
That's an interesting team radio to Matty Mohoric.
Yeah, maybe Matty just said, I want to try and do a good TT. And the team is just like, okay, Matty, just, we know you like to push on the descents. Just please, no, not too much. We need you for tomorrow and the next few days. They've got Lenny Martinez, who's doing a great Tour de France. and they need riders around them over the next stages.
So a little recommendation to Matti Moric on the team radio. Sports director of EF Education EasyPost was fined 500 Swiss francs for supporting that feeding on foot. Sticky bottles, Jan Tratnik, 200 Swiss francs. Your friend Roman Kreuziger, who's good at the sticky bottle, 500 Swiss francs again.
He is.
Here's Bruno Amirai, the Frenchman. Can he produce a time trial this afternoon? He's been climbing well, so it could be a good start for him. Bruno Amirai underway. Okay, more fines, even more. Irregular feeding from the car in the fixed feeding zone. Tim van Dijk of Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe and Alexandra de Lettre. Let's hear from Luke Durbridge.
Super hard to take it all in, to be honest. I don't want to, like, you just sort of like, oh, soak it up your last time trial, but you also got you also got to get to the finish. Yeah, so it was really, really nice. Beautiful lake, nice course. It's pretty much done by the time you get to the top. It's it's going to be hard to beat Remco, I think.
So do you think Pog can get near him, or do you think Remco's a standout?
Oh, Pog can do anything, but yeah, I think Remco's a standout, to be fair. But yeah, other than that, all good. Really enjoyed it, and it was a pleasure to do them, that's for sure.
Luke Durbridge, his last time trial in the Tour de France. Here's Victor Campenaerts. Big discussion going on. Here's Mads Pedersen.
I wonder if the journalists are going to ask every single interviewer who's the favorite for the stage.
They are. For definite they are.
Hey, it cracked me. Just finished a time trial and I asked you, who do you think is going to win? I was like, go on, ask them. Maybe it's third week, I'm getting grumpy.
You are getting grumpy because I told them to ask the question.
Did you?
I did.
To everyone?
Yes.
I always think you have to ask a relevant question to the rider about his performance.
No, because no one's interested. Because those riders are way down, so I thought we'd ask them something different today. Anyway.
Okay.
You're getting grumpy.
Need coffee.
Someone get Nico a coffee.
Bruno Amirai with his number 13 upside down to break the bad luck. And
His skin suit's a bit strange.
It's a bit big on him.
It is, isn't it? Not very well fitting at all.
But apparently some materials also more aero when they're not stretched rather than stretched.
Oh, really?
Victor Campenaerts, former European time trial champion.
Our record holder. I will clarify, I didn't say ask every rider, but I did say ask a few. But we're getting the selection. So it looks like...
You should have briefed me, I didn't listen to that.
One.
And I was at the meeting.
Mads Pedersen continuing his time trial. The sports director of Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe and Total Energy, Ollie Cookson and Cyril Lemon, were fined 500 Swiss francs for irregular feeding. So it continues, failing to respect the instructions of the commissaires. Tom Steels, 500 Swiss francs. And 43 bikes were checked on Sunday, 11 bikes were x-rayed, and all complied with the UCI regulations. Today, as Nico said, the team paddock opened very early at 7 a.m. to do all the preliminary checks on the equipment, the bikes, the helmets, the clothing and everything that the riders will be using. And there were 2 technical commissaires who were here specially to do all of those checks. And there was a timetable set out for all the teams. The first team had to arrive at 7:30. That was UAE Team Emirates XRG. They had to arrive between 7:30 and 7:38 to have their bikes checked, and the last team to be checked was Picnic Post NL between 10:26 and 10:34. Here's Niels Pollitt about to go.
That must have been tight, so that's a minute per bike.
It is, isn't it? To do all of that. Yeah. Again, after that, every rider, as Nico has said, must present their bike 15 minutes before their start time again, and the riders must be present in the start area 10 minutes before the start time or they're fined. So there's all these little rules and regulations that you don't necessarily realise are in place. The only communique on the medical side was Jonas Vingegaard breaking his right collarbone and leaving the race. Pedersen continues. Uphill.
I think that's the last couple of 100 meters. Is it me or is there more crowds now than there was at the beginning of the stage?
Yeah, it's starting to build, isn't it?
With all the roads closed though, how did they get up there? I do have a feeling there's more now than when the stage started an hour and a half ago. Luke Plapp, 10 minutes 24 on the road. Let's have a look later on at the intermediate split. How is he doing?
Let's take a look and update you on the splits. So the situation, Luke Plapp's gone through 14th quickest at the first split, time of 9 minutes 42, so he's 50 seconds down. So Plapp not contested this time trial, is he? Or are you maybe or maybe not?
Yeah, a minute down on top of the climb. It is. That's a nice little drawing there. They've had the good spot because I think those are the same ones that had the signatures from Ghana, correct?
Yes, perfect spot.
They've calculated it really well.
They have, haven't they?
Bruno Murai with the special TT saddle from Prologo that was designed a couple of years ago, initially for Tadej Pogacar when they were with Prologo. And now it's just used by every rider.
And how is it different? Is it longer or shorter?
Well, the nose is cut, as most TT saddles are.
Okay.
The stack is lower.
So Bruno Amirai. It looks funny with those, the shorts not fitting properly.
Yeah, it looks like he took his big brother shorts. But the rest of skin suit fits though.
It does, doesn't it? So it must be something to create some turbulence.
Or he's just, I don't know.
Lost weight.
Just lean on his backside.
Yeah.
Or his lumbar region. It's also very, you could just see there's absolutely no shoulders on Bruno Amirai.
No.
Making him a lot aero. Look at that, just could almost can't even see the helmet. Head kind of moves slightly.
Yes.
Former French time trial champion.
At the finish line, Josh Tarling is in the hot seat, 34 minutes, 21 seconds. Ghana second, Hobarts, then Dan Huda, then Thibaut Gernlich. Nothing has changed. There, we've got Mathieu van der Poel coming up. He's starting in 4 minutes' time. Do you remember before the Tour de France, Mathieu van der Poel nearly beating Pogacar in an individual time trial?
Yes, by was it less than a second, no?
Do you think he might go for it this afternoon?
It's a little bit too hard, maybe, that climb.
Yeah.
Benili. Looking focused.
He does look focused. This is Nelson Oliveira.
Yeah, multiple Portuguese champion. He's had some great results in Grand Tours and time trials. I'm surprised he doesn't have the champions band on his time trial skin suit.
Yes, I agree.
He's done really well in World Championships, done well at Olympics. Solid rider.
Bruno Amirai heading towards this first split. Let's keep an eye on how he does. He's gone through with the third fastest time, actually, Bruno Amirai. He's 9 seconds down to Dan Ola, who went through at 8 minutes and 52 seconds. Riders concentrating at the start. A couple of other quick mentions. This is Quentin Pache. Elizabeth Doherty, hello to you, who said, make sure you look at visuals of Harry's photographs, because we were talking about photographers the other day. His photographs are really good, actually. And a question from Rianne Ellis, Nico. Can riders sleep in altitude tents during the Tour de France if they wanted to?
No.
Not allowed?
No.
You can in preparation, though?
You can in preparation. Not in every country. You see, thanks for asking for my coffee. My coffee just arrived. Thank you very much. And yes, you can in most countries. Italy will not allow you to sleep in altitude tents. And I know the Italian athletes the Italian athletes are always giving out. It's a law, it's a regulation done by the Olympic, by county, the CONI. And in Italy, you're not allowed to use an alpha simulation.
At all?
So they just go to Switzerland's next door.
Yes.
Or Slovenia.
Yeah. 20 kilometers of racing to go. So you might not like my questions, but when I ask for a coffee for you, it does arrive.
I didn't say I didn't ask your question. I just wondered if they were going to ask everyone. If I'd just finished a time trial and gone full gas, I was like, who's your favorite, Poggi or Remco? I would have said, it's not my problem. Let me catch my breath. Ask me what I thought about the course.
Yeah. Well, we just thought everyone asked that.
True.
Next to go.
And have you started putting points at least on who said what to see how are you doing?
No, I haven't. No. Mathieu van der Poel is about to go. Is he going to ride flat out in this time trial? Let's see. Stage winner already. Mathieu van der Poel about to get going. He looks focused, I have to say. Is he going to give this full throttle all the way and see where he can finish? Let's take a look at the way he goes off the start.
Yeah, it's really deceiving, this start ramp. Because even Tarling didn't look like he was starting fast. He was actually starting fast. Every time, like, okay, how's it going to look? And going straight from the ramp into the climb.
It's tricky, isn't it?
It's hard to know how much they're committing to the time trial today.
I wondered when he rode in that time trial before the Tour and he went so quick, what the reason was. Okay, he wanted to win a time trial, but we've not seen Mathieu van der Poel as a time trialist in any way. And he kind of said they had a bet with Tadej that he could beat him in a time trial. But is there a bigger reason for that? Like he wants to win the world champs or something, or he thinks he can time trial as good as the Tarlings, as good as the Ganners, and it just makes him an all-round bike rider? Or is it just some fun?
No idea. See, you should ask him that instead of knowing who's going to win,
I knew
Tadej
you
or
were going to
Remco.
say that. We'll ask him that at the finish. Bruno Amirai catches the rider in front of him. George Bennett goes straight past him. The start then of Victor Campenaerts, who concentrated on being one of the fastest time trialists in the world for years. Maybe today, because of Jonas going home, they've said to Campenaerts, we want you to ride flat out in this time trial, see what you can produce.
True. I have to say this helmet looks even more different without the visor.
It does, doesn't it?
Campenaerts, who almost never wears eye protection.
That does worry me. The speeds they go at and the amount of debris you get in your eyes over time.
Neil Pollitt, 5 kilometers to the top of this climb.
Seems to be riding nice and steady. He's got a real metronomic style. He's been hurting everybody on the climbs in the last few days. So let's see how he does. It's very efficient, this pedaling style, isn't it? And the way he rides a time trial. German champion. Going uphill now. The first split coming up, midway on the climb. I think he's got that undervest on that you've been talking about. Here's Luke Plapp.
Yeah, Plapp is taking it easy.
Second split, and he's well down. So Luke Plapp, by this, must be thinking about a stage that he wants to win.
Yeah, most likely tomorrow. I think tomorrow is the big breakaway day.
Because tomorrow isn't a mountaintop finish, is it?
Exactly, and all the climbs at the beginning, making it hard for riders to kind of control. The good riders can have a chance to attack to create the breakaway. And then after about 56 kilometers, the race gets a little bit easier. The breakaway can take some time. There's no real need for a team to pull. But then yet again, saying that, maybe the breakaway hasn't gone and the gaps are not big enough, and Little Trek decide to pull flat out to go and catch a breakaway for the 25 points in the intermediate sprint. So although on paper it seems to be a breakaway day, but tomorrow, for example, if they want to go and if the gap is closable and Little Trek want to close the gap for the points, they can probably still control, and then it just changes the whole dynamic. We've heard the interview of Quinn Simmons yesterday during the rest day saying it is clear that the team is going for the green jersey and they will not give me all my freedom.
Yeah, I noticed that interview. And what did he say? At the end of the day, they pay me, so I kind of have to do what they want me to do.
Exactly.
I would imagine tomorrow Quinn Simmons could win tomorrow's stage.
Yes, I mean, the way he climbed Sunday, I have to say, I'm still impressed.
Bruno Amirai trying to set the fastest time. Carol Locks just asked me, at the start you see this thing come up on the screen which says 60-3610. Can we explain what it means for new fans?
So in that occasion when it said 60 is the size of the front chainring, and then the 10-36 are the gears ratio in the back. So it's the gears they're using. Normally on a normal day, a normal stage, we don't share that information so much because most riders are using very similar gearings. On team time trial or on time trial days, Bruno Amirai flying through the intermediate.
That's a fast time from Bruno Amirai, 19 seconds faster than Gernelek, 19 seconds faster than Ganna, 21 seconds faster than Hubarts, 26 seconds faster than Dan Uhler. This is a very, very good time trial from the former French time trial champion. Amirai is blasting his way around this course.
Yeah, this is a great start to this time trial at 16 kilometers to go.
He's obviously been given all out, can do whatever he wants. They want a stage win. Let's see what he can produce by the finish line.
See the Danish straight?
Oh yes, Danish straight coming up. Here it is, left and right. And here's the names of the Danish riders. They've been all together and they've been preparing that for ages. Then we get into Uno X Mobility. Hampson Premier Tech produced another Mercy Pupu jersey yesterday. They wore on the rest day. Is that two this tour or one?
No, it's the same one. They just didn't ride in it the other day. They just posted it.
This time they rode
in it. I was also confused yesterday. I was like, no, it's actually the one we spoke about 2 weeks ago, which didn't ride in it. But they just announced it.
Yes,
and now they're
riding it.
I think maybe the fact that Red Bull also did their own jersey, maybe there was something there where they said, let's not do the same promo the same day with the same idea of having a rest day jersey.
Makes sense. This is the Basilica in Thonon-les-Bains. Beautiful basilica right there in the centre, built in the late 19th century. The Baroque church of San Hippolyte is connected to that building. Foundation stone was laid in 1889, but then the project failed. Construction work was halted. During the First World War, though, after it was built, it was occupied by the Army Supply Service. The interior decoration dates back to the 1940s. Bruno Amirai is the fastest rider on the course so far. Now he starts the descent. Leaning that bike over, going quick. He's heading towards the third intermediate split. 78 riders have reached that split point. 85 on the first two splits. He's going quick, isn't he? 85k an hour down this descent on the aero bike.
Yeah, he's a handy bike rider, Bruno Amirai. It's not always easy when you're a tall rider like this on the TT bars. Center of gravity is not optimized like Remco Evenepoel, for example.
No.
He's got a lot to lean in. There you go, 100 kilometers per hour. He is absolutely flying on the skis. He's going for it. Great effort there by the French rider Bruno Amirai. Look at him go, he's really committing.
He is.
Clean lines around the corner. He's doing a great job.
102k an hour on the aero skis downhill. Now he's onto this fast section. Let's see how he does through here. Straight line, knows he's got to take that bend. Wow, look how fast that was. That was impressive. Hardly even moved. Now he's coming up to the corners. Leans it over into that right-hander. Shaves off a little bit of speed. And into the fast one here, the left-hander. And then down to a bit more of a left-hand turn. Takes him a little bit more speed off the bike, right on the edge of the road. He's certainly finding speed this afternoon.
Yeah, sprinting out of the corners. Still looking quite fresh, the lines are good. Yeah, very nice lines, very clean descending there by Bruno Amirai. He's taking a risk, but still has a bit of margin. Just using the road really well.
Soon we'll have 100 riders who've started this time trial. Bruno Amirai heading towards the third split, where 80 riders have already reached the line.
You really notice the riders who did the recon and those who didn't on this descent.
Yes.
They know where the exit of the corner is, they know the line to take. And most likely he's only ridden it twice. It's not like they've done it 10 times. But you really see the riders who did their homeworks, and he definitely did his homework. Maybe a little bit heavier on that corner, but the speed he's traveling.
Yeah, he really has worked out where he can go fast.
Okay, these are the two dangerous hairpins coming up.
Big acceleration by Bruno Amirai to get back up to speed. And now he's coming up to the hairpin.
$10 kilometers to go for Bruno Amirai. He's got 11 minutes 10 to do 10 kilometers. That's that 52, 53k per hour average for that final part.
Coming up to that third split now. That's where we'll really find out how well he's done this descent. Using as much of the road as he needs to. The time to beat at that third split, 25 minutes 28. It was Tarling who went through there in the lead ahead of Ganna by 5 seconds. No one's been near that time for a while. Now Amirai comes onto the straight road. Gets into those aero skis. Starts to up the tempo now.
Yeah, position is good.
I mean, look how close his nose is to his hands.
There's a little movement there, just a slight rock from the head, but it's really locked in that position.
Yeah, and the position of being able to kick the legs over like this in this position, he's got that optimized. The hip angle's good, and he's kicking the pedals over at 50k an hour on the flat roads. Coming up to 25 minutes now. The time to beat is 28 seconds away. Can he beat the time of Tarling and continue? There we are. There's intermediate 3. It's Tarling from Ghana from Hubarts. Can Bruno Amirai set the tempo? It looks like he may well do.
Yeah,
he's coming up to that split.
That's 7 seconds, 8 seconds.
That's a fast 14 seconds faster
14 seconds.
than Josh Tarling. Amirai is on a fantastic performance this afternoon. I've just seen Mads Pedersen arrive at the conclusion of this time trial. Pedersen's finished with the 17th fastest time so far. Here he is. This is a replay of Pedersen reaching the finish. Pedersen arrives 17th fastest time.
3 minutes 10. Yeah, he's going to have a busy day tomorrow. I think he's going to try and go on that breakaway. It's going to be difficult. The climbs are not too steep, but still 4 climbs in the first 50 kilometers. And with the level of riders who wants to go on the breakaway tomorrow, it might be difficult, but I think he's definitely going to try.
The Chateau de Montjou with the Haute-Savoie jersey alongside it. Built in the 20th century, that chateau. The estate was acquired by Jules-Francois Louis Levé, who in 1926 began demolishing the farmstead that was stood on the site and had his chateau built in 1930. The facades are clad in stone from Allinger, the village near Thonon. It's an art and culture estate here in the Haute-Savoie.
Back on Bruno Amirai at 6.6 kilometers to go. He's in the town of Thonon now, and he's catching his 1 minute 30 man.
Yeah, this is a fantastic performance from Bruno Amirai. Out the saddle, sprints again. Let's see what his time is going to be at the finish line. Can he go into the hot seat, Bruno Amirai? So 85th rider to start, and there's his progression. 8 seconds down, 18 seconds up, 13 seconds up. Coming up now to catch Matteo Verche of Total Energy.
Verche, who again hasn't quite any results, but always there, always trying to go into the breakaway, trying to do something to animate the race.
All right, take it easy.
His usual camera operator running alongside him.
His daily run.
Just go straight to the gun because there is quite a lot of people here. You want to go first?
Bruno Amirai about to catch the rider who started 1.5 minutes in front of him.
Anthony Lafoot, the soigneur of Pedersen, who was working with me and Richie Porte back in the years in BMC.
Was he?
Yep. He was very, very young at the time. Still is young when I think about it, but it's 9 years later.
Yes, exactly. And he's still there, looking after everyone. Looking after Pedersen. A lot of these soigneurs have got a huge amount of experience, haven't they? They know all the little things that they just need to pass on. You heard him say to Mads, just go direct to the van.
Yeah, it's all this little information. Verche almost sprinting to get back onto the wheel. Shouldn't be spending too much time in the slipstream. There are rules to say that you must be outside the slipstream.
Amirai just trying to ride away.
Mathieu van der Poel.
Mathieu van der Poel not figuring right now in the splits. He's coming up to the second intermediate split soon. And he's going to be out the time of Amirai or any of the others that we've seen at the top of the leaderboard. Gernalek, Ganna, Josh Tarling. But still riding strongly. Maybe we'll see him go in the breakaway tomorrow. Tomorrow is a day for Mathieu van der Poel. Or not? Too difficult?
I mean, the way he went the other day, I would not exclude him at all. But it's a hard day. If he's in the breakaway, and I mean, with a flat sprint finish, if he comes with a little group, he has a chance. Definitely has a chance.
Amirai is inside the final 4 kilometers of racing. Can he get there and go into the hot seat? Give France something to cheer about this afternoon. He's still 8 seconds faster than Josh Tarling. But Tarling rode this section and
extremely fast.
He must have done, mustn't he? This is the point where Tarling started to turn the tables. Huge crowd here in Tonon. No wonder it was difficult to get dinner last night. Right-hand turn for Bruno Amirai. Leans it into the left-hander. Only 3 kilometers of riding left.
Using, again, just a really nice smooth line there through the chicane. 3 kilometers to go. Josh
Tarling's not sure what to think right now.
Yeah, he knows it's going to be tight. He knows it's going to be tight. He's looking at Amirai going. He does 8 seconds. He also knows he went extremely fast on this part. Amirai already lost 6 seconds between the 10 kilometer to go and the 3 kilometer to go. So he still knows he can. There's still a chance that he is in that hot seat, although Bruno Amirai is on that mission.
Well, let's see what the time is going to be. 2.5 kilometers to go. Amirai.
3 minutes to get to the finish line. That's tight, extremely tight.
And he's losing speed now and then in these corners. Sprints out of the saddle. Some of the speed and performance people will tell you don't get out the saddle in a time trial, even out the corners. Just accelerate in the saddle, because the actual speed you'll find is, or the loss of watts is better. Coming up now to 2K to go.
It's always something it's hard to get your mind with that. Same when you see riders sprinting to the line, when they tell you have to stay in that seated position. And it's true, you see now riders, nobody sprints to the line like before.
Yeah.
Everyone kind of accelerates in the seated position. I still find it hard. I think it's also when you're on the limit, it's hard to get the extra power in the seated position, and you kind of have to get out of the saddle to push that to the body. So sometimes the body language will kind of force you to get out of the saddle, even though in theory is less effective. But you're totally right. A lot of the studies, everyone is pushing for riders to stay as much as possible in that seated position.
Amirai has got 1.2 kilometers to go. The leading time at the moment.
5 seconds now, apparently, more or less.
It's close.
The live tracking is extremely close. How is he going to manage this little kicker? It's only about 400 meters, but after the 26 kilometers of full gas racing, well, kind of hurts.
Tarling, 34 minutes, 21 seconds. Moritz has finished 4 minutes and 38 seconds down. Luke Plapp has just finished 3 minutes and 29 seconds down in today's time trial. Tarling's time, 34.21. Amirai has been the fastest rider on the course through the second and third split. Dan Hula was the fastest through the first split, but Tarling is still in the hot seat. The time to beat now, 34 minutes, 21.04. Amirai looks good as he starts to close in on the finish of this individual time trial. Can Bruno Amirai be in the hot seat at the end of this 26.1 kilometres. He's still got a bit of distance to go to the finish line. It's going to be exceptionally close. Tarling 34.21.04, but Bruno Amirai is closing in on the line, and he's going to go into the hot seat 6 seconds faster. Bruno Amirai leads this time trial.
Yeah, it was a good, really good TT by Bruno Amirai. And again, to illustrate exactly what you were doing, you could just see how accelerated in the last 300 meters in that seated position, just with cadence, rather than getting out of the line to sprint to the line.
Josh
Right,
Tarling
that's it.
exits the area.
I'm just looking at his shoe sponsors there. They've announced that they're going to be a bigger sponsorship with the Alpecin Premier Tech team.
Yes,
yesterday.
Adidas. Amirai.
I said sorry.
I'm not surprised. Sorry if you're having lunch. I saw these little boats out yesterday as well, practicing for this moment. There they are. About to start then, Romain Grégoire. Romain Grégoire gets going.
I think he's going for an easier spin today.
He is, isn't he?
Hasn't opened them out yet.
A day for tomorrow for him?
Yeah, I think so. I think he's going to try and be in the breakaway tomorrow. Mathieu van der Poel is now on the descent. 12.7 kilometers to go. He's just going to go into this more technical part now.
Recent riders catching or getting to various points along the course. Nelson Oliveira, 10th fastest at the third intermediate split. At the finish, it's Amirai, 7 seconds ahead of Tarling, 11 seconds ahead of Filippo Ganna in this individual time trial. We're coming up to 100 riders started. 165 riders will take to the start of this time trial this afternoon. One rider will not start. That is Lars Krabs of the team of Lotto Intermarché, due to start at 3:36 in the afternoon. He took a fever overnight, so he's not able to come to the race start. Josh Tarling heading to the Helios Grenadier car.
I wonder if they're rowing to Switzerland.
Maybe.
Just across the lake.
I was tempted to take the boat over yesterday. It's not that far. And they have a little funicular that you can take from the top of Thonon-les-Bains down to the lakeside.
You didn't walk down?
No. I walked along all the way along the coast, but I thought the funicular would be quite fun. Did you walk up and down, did you?
I did, yeah.
Well done. No, I thought it would be much more fun to go in the funicular. It was good.
I have to say also because there's a massive queue and I wasn't in the mood to queue for a 5-minute walk. Or
Oh no, when I was there was no one there, so it was good. It was a nice little trip. 24 kilometres to go for Romain Grégoire. As he settles into his time trial, looks like he's taken it very, very easy this afternoon. Grégoire.
Grégoire just well in the position again with the hand position being slightly different than most of the other riders. Kind of with that puppy position, as they call it. Puppy paw position, compared to Bernard Murai, who's just the more regular, standard hand position.
Bruno Amirai said at the finish that he thinks he will be top 4 or top 5, and it won't be that is not a winning ride.
I agree.
Yeah, because you think about it, you've got Tadej, you've got Remco,
And another favorite.
yes. So
Maybe Sexas.
maybe Sexas, maybe even Del Toro. There's a lot of riders who can win this time trial later on.
But I do think he will be top 5 though.
Yeah, he says it's a top 4 or a top 5 ride, but it's not a winning ride as far as he's concerned.
Did you ask him who's going to win?
No, I didn't. Well, he's already said, not him.
No, which one of the two?
It's hard to decipher whether it's a Remco course or a Tadej course. It's hard, isn't it, to work out? I would say it's really close between them. This is Aurélien Paripant. He's about to go. Comes from not too far away from here. Annemasse, where we stayed a couple of nights ago. I saw that Alex Bourdin took all of the EF Education Easy Post and a load of other teams to a cafe in Aix-les-Bains yesterday.
I saw that.
That looked like a nice little trip out with a load of the riders. The Muséum de Chablais, which is in Thonon-les-Bains. This was an historical residence built by Jobé de Sonna's family on the ruins of former castle of the Counts of Savoy.
There's
This is
his
Niels
Politz. Oh, interesting. So he didn't go full gas.
Niels Politz heading to the conclusion of this time trial. He's going to be in the top 20 potentially at this moment in this time trial, but he hasn't gone flat out.
I mean, top 20 still is a great performance, but no, you could just see even freewheeling before the line. He did a focused time trial, but it wasn't all out. Nope, the tongue is not hanging out the side. There's still a bit of margin there for him.
There is.
Ah, there it is.
17th fastest for Niels Politz. Isn't it strange how some aero helmets are so narrow now, and then some are so wide?
Yeah, there's a huge variety of designs out at the moment. This one still looks like it's 10 years old.
It does, doesn't it? And then you've got the aero bike with the bottle fitted in the gap. That's totally different as well.
Mm. Actually, we haven't seen many riders with bottles today. We've seen a few, but very, very little. It's also not so warm.
Yeah, it's cooled down a lot now, hasn't it? Compared to what we had at the beginning of this
Yeah,
tour.
exactly. I was going to say, yeah, it feels
It's all
cooler. It's
relative.
still like 26 degrees, but
Yes.
it's actually perfect racing conditions today
Yeah.
in this time trial.
Not too much wind, sun's out, dry roads, nice temperature, not blazing hot. Romain Gregoire on his time trial.
Paripant in his polka dot jersey.
Yep, with Bourdin.
Hirschi putting the hair back before he puts the helmet on.
This is the waiting area. Have to be here 10 minutes before your race starts. Valentin Paripant with the polka dot helmet on and the gloves and everything. He's gone full out.
Yeah, with this little eye vest as well.
On peut faire 30 secondes, Valentin?
The jobs of the people around these riders really important at this point because they keep everybody on track. Just make sure no one misses a start. Just little reminders.
This is that curve in the descent at 3 kilometers to go down in Thonon-les-Bains. And this is where we were staying last night. Oh no, it's Evian-les-Bains. The start ramp, sorry, excuse me.
Yes. If you ever get the chance to come here, two beautiful towns that we are based on this afternoon. You can see there all the areas for hospitality and for the fans to watch as well, with the start ramp. Down in front, you've got the Tissot Lab, little area to the left-hand side where people could look. And we're about to get started with our next rider. Tim Wellens is about to start this individual time trial. Tim Wellens, is he going to ride flat out? Which rider is going to count for the third counter?
Yes, Tim Wellens is also a former Belgium champion. But he looks like he's taking it pretty cruisy at the moment.
He does, doesn't he?
So again, but he's going to have a big job tomorrow trying to control the race, making sure the right riders go into the breakaway. He'll probably have to do a little bit of riding as well. So I think they will save him for tomorrow. But again, you're totally right. Who is the third rider that they're going to use to battle for the team competition? We have Del Toro, obviously, Tadej Pogacar, and number 3 is, it's not really time trial for Yates.
Grosjean?
Maybe. But I would have thought maybe Wellens or maybe Politz. But also both riders have already done a lot of work, and you could feel that they're starting to be a little bit tired. They were dropped very early on Sunday. So I think maybe giving them an extra little bit of relaxed day today is going to be a good plan for them.
Or maybe they feel like Ayuso and Schelmoser will be outside a little bit further back than Del Toro and Pogacar, and therefore the third counting rider could be in the top 20 somewhere.
Yes, and I think Little Trek are a little bit the same. Who is going to be the third rider for Little Tim?
Yes.
Tom Schoons, Carlos Verona, Derek G.
It's a tricky one
it's a tricky one. Which one of these 3 riders is going to commit today to fight for the team prize? Because once again, it's the top 3 riders on the stage that will give you the advantage on the team competition. As we see Mathieu van der Poel now coming into the last 3 kilometers, into the last little descent before he's on the riverside, on the lakeside.
Yep, he hasn't ridden flat out today, Mathieu van der Poel.
He's going to be about 3, almost 4 minutes down.
So Van der Poel must be thinking about this week and when he can win another stage. At least give himself an opportunity in this Tour de France. He's already done it once.
Because realistically, there's only 2 stages. Maybe Sunday. I wouldn't be surprised after seeing how the race unfolded last year. Okay, different scenario. It was raining, and it had been a classics day rather than a sprint day.
Yes.
But I still think that Mathieu van der Poel has the Champs-Élysées in mind. It's going to depend a lot on how Philipsen is and in the tactics with the teams. But Vasek, one of the riders that we're going to look out for, and we're talking about Little Trek third man, and I think that's their third man.
Could be Vácek then as he goes. He is the 116th rider to take to the start today. Vácek underway, yep, he's a Czech time trial champion. So maybe Vácek is the rider. Let's see how he goes. Did you see the get-up of the riders yesterday in Lidl Trek, the shorts and the shirts combo?
No.
Mads Pedersen was showing us the Lidl clothing for yesterday's rest day.
I saw the photo shoot of Q36 Pinarello.
Oh, that was impressive, wasn't
Yeah.
it? I can imagine you would want to have that photo shoot.
Yeah, I would have enjoyed that photo shoot. Totally right.
Yes. So they got a little gift yesterday.
Yeah, and one of their sponsors, well, not sponsors, but owners of the group, LVMH, which also owns Louis Vuitton, and they did a photo shoot for one of their travel bags.
Yep, all given some Louis Vuitton travel bags yesterday. Van der Poel heading towards the conclusion of this time trial. Just to bring you up to speed with the various intermediate splits. Dan Hula's still fastest at the first split. Then it's Bruno Amirai at the second and third, and at the finish line. Mathieu van der Poel closing in. 117 riders have started, 92 riders have arrived at the race finish. Best time, 34 minutes and 14 seconds. Mathieu van der Poel is going to be nearly 4 minutes down on that time as he just cruises his way to the end of this race of truth. Mathieu van der Poel there now.
Yeah, thinking about Sunday stage, I do think the fact as well that Merlier is out of the race, Soudal Quickstep might have to play their cards differently and maybe have someone like Jasper Stuyven go in the attacks. And this is where I think the cards of Mathieu van der Poel are going to be in game. And I think Pedersen's going to make that race hard as well to try and make sure that Philipsen is not there. So maybe Sunday could be a good day for him. But obviously, first of all, is tomorrow and after tomorrow. These are the last, I want to say, 2 stages before the hard climbs of the weekend. I mean, although Ossian Merlier, I do think is still going to be a climber who's going to make it, but definitely tomorrow it's the bigger breakaway riders.
Next rider to start, Mauro Schmidt. He's gone, so Mattia Cattaneo. Schmidt is the stage winner. Cattaneo goes.
Cattaneo, again, one of the TT specialists. Not sure if he's going to go full for it today, but the rider who's well capable of producing some very, very fast TTs.
It looks like he's steady into the bottom of that climb. 24.4 kilometers of racing to go. Let's take a look into the future. Victor Campenaerts coming into the conclusion of this time trial. Well, he hasn't ridden flat out at all. Campenaerts has got other things on his mind in the next few days. Campenaerts is going to be 4 minutes and 40 seconds down. Victor Campenaerts, a steady ride for him as he headed into the finish of today's individual time trial. Romain Gregoire is 11th fastest at the second split, despite looking like he's taken it very steady this afternoon. So he's having a good ride despite that. At the first split, Balderstone's gone through there with the 19th fastest time. There's been no real changes in any of the time splits for a little while. But as we start to get towards the end of this time trial, we will see the specialists and we'll see how things start to change. In this time trial discipline, the largest gap ever between the winner and the runner-up was recorded by Fausto Coppi in a Coolman-Nancy time trial in 1949. Coppi won by 7 minutes and 2 seconds over Gino Bartoli. 137 kilometre time trial, an average speed of 43.723 kilometres an hour, despite riding over the Col de Bonhomme, which is more than 10 kilometres long. It was his first ever Giro Tour double. An incredible time trial by Fausto Coppi. It's not a bad average speed. In 1949, 43.723 kilometres an hour, including the Col de Bonhomme. That's not bad at all.
No, not bad at all. I'm pretty sure the tarmac wasn't as good as this, and all the rest of the equipment neither.
I would imagine the bike weighed about 10 kilos.
Or more.
Or more.
And the jersey about 10 too.
Yeah, exactly.
A sweaty woolen jersey.
Yeah, no aerodynamics, no aero helmets.
Spare tube around the neck.
Yep, exactly. Goggles, and that would have been how it was. Crikey, can you imagine? On Sunday, Remco took his third stage win at the Tour, the first one on a road stage. The previous times he'd won in Chevry-Chambertin and also in a Caen time trial in 2025. It was good for Remco. He'd lost 4 straight times to Tadej Pogačar in their last 1-2s. The streak had started in last year's Kigali World Championships. There's Alex Bourdin about to go. Alex Bourdin gets started for EF Education Easy Post.
Yeah, quite aggressive in the first few stages of this Tour de France. I think he might have paid a little bit the price last week. But again, popular rider, had to try, had to go on the breakaways.
Here's Costu. This is a good performance by Ewan Costu. He's going to finish with the 7th fastest time this afternoon.
Yeah, that's a very good performance. Well done. And there's the Italian Matteo Cataneo.
So Ewan Costu finishes in 7th place. Amirai still at the top. This is Valentin Paripant. Gernelek and Costu are the 2 surprises so far. Lost 51 seconds and 54 seconds respectively. You can see a little bit of tape on Alex Bourdin's calf. Just a little bit of this medical tape that helps with little injuries. As he keeps his metronomic pedalling style up over this little rise. The current leader is Bruno Amirai. He's 34 minutes and 14 seconds, takes him into the hot seat, 7 seconds ahead of Josh Tarling and 11 seconds ahead of Filippo Ganna. We're going to get to hear Bruno Amirai now at the finish line.
Bruno, you're satisfied by the result for the moment. You are in the hot seat and beating guys like Tarling or Ganna.
Yeah, I think it's a good TT. It's a very hard TT. The long climb, 10K, it's very, very hard. I have a good time at the top. I think 18 seconds in front. And after, yeah, with the downhill, I lose a little time. And on the flat part, yeah, I lose a time with Tarling. But yeah, I'm in front of Tarling and Ganna on the TT. I think it's a good TT. Yeah.
And how long will you stay here in this hot seat, you think?
I don't know. A lot of guys behind me, but yeah, I think 80 guys, 80 or 90. So I don't know. More longer is possible for me.
So quietly spoken, Bruno Amirai, isn't he?
Yes, but the longer I am, the better. Love it.
right till the end. You never know. You never know.
Never
He
know.
could win this time trial. Valentin Parry-Pant is underway. The King of the Mountains jersey. 9.7 kilometres long, this climb. Just gives you a bit of an indication. We haven't seen the vital statistics of the climb. As Valentin Parry-Pant continues, here's the waiting area. Maxime Van Gils on the left-hand side of Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe. Harold Tejada, who figured the other day in that tussle with Mauro Schmidt, where he almost managed to take the victory. This is us in Thonon-les-Bains, the park of Belvedere, which is right in the centre near where we were staying. Beautiful park where they've got a little expo going on where everybody can wander around. This is where Nico said last night, bit of music and a little bit of entertainment going on around that particular area. Valentin Parry-Pant.
I won't be too worried about the points today. Even tomorrow's stage doesn't have too many KOMs for him. Be looking at the stage of Thursday. Tobias Foss, one of the riders to look at today. Former world champion, Norwegian champion, one of the riders that said he wanted to do well on this time trial. Stayed up there as well on the GC, battling. Not where he wanted to be a week ago, because we did see him try to hang in there with that kind of top 15 riders. He's drifted a little bit after the mountain stage, but he's definitely going to try and commit today.
When he won the world title as a time trial, it was a big surprise.
Totally was. I think a lot of people weren't expecting that that victory.
No.
Kind of came out of nowhere.
He worked very hard for it. He took that time trial world title. I do like his bike, the way they've painted it. I think it does look really special, matching with the Norwegian champions colours.
Yes. I have to say, I think one of my favorite bikes was when Pinerolo did my Irish champion bike.
They do a great job of national champions bikes,
Yeah,
don't they?
very, very, very good job. And quickly, because literally in a couple of days' time you have your bike done. Mine even replicated one of my tattoo drawings on the stem.
Did it?
Yeah.
That's nice. And do they just create it and send it?
Yeah, I picked up mine at San Sebastian, so that year in 2016 I didn't ride the Tour. So the first time I saw my bike was at San Sebastian. I was like, wow, I'm happy with that.
Very nice. Catania on his way. Very near us at the moment is one of the best time trialists of his generation, who's on Swiss television, is Fabian Cancellara, who's the head of the Tudor Pro cycling team. And Fabian is giving his views to Swiss television. The way he used to time trial was aggressive, wasn't it? Remember him railing it round some of the corners on his on the TT bike. In particular, I remember him doing it on his time trial bike in the London Olympics. Catania out on the time trial, doing his job. He's gone through the splits, third fastest.
Yeah, he's done some very, very good time trials in the past, Catania. I think second, if I remember, one year behind Ghana in the Italian time trial championships.
He's very efficient the way he spins on his time trial bike, isn't he?
Yeah, look at his shoulders. There's no movement at all.
No, absolutely rock solid.
You could just see the head go down once in a while, looking at the numbers, and puts it back into position.
19.5 kilometres of racing to go for Catania. Let's just see if anyone else has picked up at any of the splits so far. Romain Gregoire went through the third split, 13th fastest for Gregoire. So he's still moving well. 107 riders have reached that point. But still along the roads, the third split, which is giving us the idea of what the finish order is going to be. Amirai, Tarling, Ganna, Hubart and Gernelek. Now the finish, Amirai, Tarling, Ganna, Hubart and Dan Hula. That's the current situation at the finish, with Bruno Amirai finishing in 34 minutes and 14 seconds.
Marie Peintre. And actually, was it last year or the previous year we were just across the lake in Montreux?
Yep.
For one of the stages. Was it also a time trial, actually? Was it? No, it wasn't.
No.
Along the vineyards into Montreux.
Yes. We quite often come down to this area now. There's Bruno Amirai. He's not in the hot seat yet. He's just warming down. Nico, I think it's time now. Stephanie Sky said she loves the food talk, makes her hungry. Loads of messages like that over the last few days. Let's tell everyone what's for dinner this evening before we head away from Thonon-les-Bains and we head to Voiron tomorrow and then into the Alps.
Well, again, we're still in the world of cheese. And actually, I don't know if you noticed on the top of the KOM, there's a massive truck advertising the local cheese. And yesterday, while we were out training with Luis, we passed in front of a massive cheese factory, but it was one of those that looked like it was coming out of a little movie from the 1950s. It wasn't very modern. It just it looked more like a farm than a factory. But very, very pretty on top of the climb de la Ramasse, which is a climb that's often used in the Dauphiné and a few times in the Tour, actually, on the way to Le Ger. Anyway, so here we are in the Haute-Savoie region, and the signature dishes are mainly around cheese. So once again, the iconic tartiflette, so made with potatoes, onion, bacon, cream, and melted reblochon. So reblochon was obviously the cheese factory that we saw yesterday.
Yes.
The fondue savoyard, the melted Alpen cheese, typically Beaufort, Comté, and Emmental. And once again, I've mentioned this, I think it was on Sunday, you dip your little piece of bread in it and kind of play around with not making the bread fall into it, or the bill is yours. The raclette, raclette is melted cheese, once again, scraped over potatoes, cured meat, and pickles. Some do actually put an egg as well on top. Le farcement, which is a specialty made with potatoes. Oh,
Bourdain with some high fives.
Yeah, high fives. Which he did as well on the other day, didn't he? Was on the climb.
He's got loads of friends around here. It's his local roads, isn't it?
The farcement, which was the specialty, again, made with potatoes, smoked pork, prunes. So this was also on the list on Sunday. And yesterday, which I tried, I had a Comté soufflé, but it was baked in the oven, which was literally just cheese, melted cheese.
What's that? Wow.
So I didn't have the fondue because initially you could only have a fondue for two, and I had dinner alone. So it's okay, let's see if there's any other cheese.
There is his friends, as he gives them all a high five.
So they called it the cheeseburger, but it was actually just cheese. Nothing else. It was just cheese baked in the oven. Very tasty, with just a bit of salad on the side.
Yeah, we messed up on dinner yesterday, didn't we? Because
you went too early.
I went too early because I was tired and I was having a rest day. But then you messaged me to say you were going for dinner and I'd literally just finished. I was ashamed. Never mind.
No, I felt abandoned.
So did I. But I just went too early. Never mind.
The local products here are Reblochon, Abondance, Tome de Savoie, Mountain Charcuterie, and some of the Savoie white wines, especially Aspremont, Crépy, and Chinguin, and they pair extremely well with the dishes.
There's a very emotional fan here. Oh, she's obviously been waiting with her sign for all this time. Now a photo with Michael Matthews. That's nice. Oh, for her grandfather.
Thanks.
That's very nice.
A nice moment.
Taking the time with the fans. Oh.
These fans get so attached to these riders. I gave the message earlier about Henry, and his mum sent me a video. He was distraught that Jonas Vingegaard had crashed. So there's, oops, let's just see Catania. It's gone through the second split with the fastest time by 10 seconds.
That's a good time trial, good start by Cataneo.
Very good. Nico.
And to finish off, the Diotte au vin blanc, which is Savoyard pork sausage cooked in white wine.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Around this region, there's all sorts of artisan stuff, isn't there? Yes.
A lot.
Yeah, a lot of cheese, chocolate,
Liquors,
wine.
sweets.
Yeah. Fantastic. I went for lunch in this little cafe, which was a kind of bakery chocolate shop place. Had amazing salads, amazing little cakes, great drinks, but it was so particular the way they wanted to present everything. So Catanio's the rider who's making some moves now. Thank you for joining us. This is the individual time trial. Thank you, Nico. Thank you to all of you who've messaged. I know some of you don't like that little section, but hopefully you like the majority. I know some of you absolutely love it. Let's take a look at this. Qhubeka and the UCI World Cycling Centre. In Mulhouse, the Tour de France celebrated its commitment to cycling for all through its 8-year partnership with Qhubeka. That was on Saturday. 184 bicycles will be donated this year to help students in southern Africa. But today, the Tour is also supporting young riders from emerging cycling nations through the UCI World Cycling Centre initiative, giving them the chance to ride a time trial course alongside the world's best.
I did quite some activations with Qhubeka over the years.
You rode the entire course on a Qhubeka bike, didn't you, once?
In Copenhagen.
Yes.
It took me a long time.
It did. When you came in here, you were absolutely wrecked. But those bikes do change lives.
They do change life. It's a very, very important cause. I was happy to get involved. I've done multiple activations with them over the years. Last year I did an event with them in Nice, trying to raise funds. I think they managed to get close to 200 bikes after that fundraising that was done in Nice.
Fantastic.
Back in November. Yeah, so it was very good.
This is Cataneo. Slow motion shot of him into that split. He's going well. He is the fastest rider on the course now. Can he do it? 7 seconds ahead of Bruno Amirai.
Yeah, Cataneo is also a rider who's quite handy on the bike, technically.
He's carrying a lot of speed. Let's see what his third split is going to be. He's around 5 minutes from that now. 4 and a bit. 76 kilometers an hour. Now onto the technical lefts and rights that he has to go through.
Not pedaling so much through the corners like Amirai, who was kind of almost spinning through each corner, trying to get maybe a little bit of recovery, using the speed, but...
Do you need to pedal here just to keep the legs feeling fresh?
I don't know. I think it also depends on what gear you have. If you're on a 68 or 64, or maybe we saw riders with 62. We didn't see what Cataneo had. I think he's probably on a 64. That seems to be the standard for today.
Rowing away and rowing away.
So even when the World Cup is over, some things still stay there.
Well,
the Norwegians, of course.
Absolutely. Nice to see at the side of the road, everybody doing something a little bit different. The Norwegians greeting their champion up the climb.
It'll be interesting to see how he can finish his second part of the time trial.
Tobias Foss.
Nicely in position.
Raul Garcia Pena has gone through the first split with the 16th fastest time. The second split's giving us a better indication of how things will be at the finish before you get to the third split, which is consolidating it now. But Cattaneo just trying to find a bit of speed through these turns as he tries to set the fastest time at the third split.
Yeah, that seems to be one of the tricky corners, this one there with the camper vans. Every rider's comes out pretty out on the limit, close to the vans.
Cattaneo into this next turn.
So once again, he was 16 seconds different between the first and the second split. Seems to have started just looking down, making sure his gears are looking all right.
Every now and then just takes a little micro rest, just trying to get himself to recover before the big push back to Thonon-les-Bains for the finish line. 23 minutes 30, he's almost at the third checkpoint. Time to beat to Bruno Amirai, 25 minutes and 14. Ooh, that was
not
hot.
good.
No.
No one got caught out there. Cattaneo.
That's lost him a huge amount of speed.
Yeah, again, he leaned the bike too early, didn't realize it was going to turn that much more, which is strange because that's something he should have remembered from the recon this morning.
Yeah.
Because there's only two corners that are very much the same, one behind the other at the bottom of the climb, of the descent.
That
but anyway,
cost him.
Yeah, that might have cost him 2 or 3 seconds.
Tim Wellens has gone through the third split with the 17th fastest time.
And we've got Jorgensen off the start line now.
Next rider to go will be Vauclin. This is Valentin Paripant. Cattaneo was the fastest rider on the course, heading now towards the final split. Valentin Paripant will probably be quite quick to the top of the first climb, and then let's see what happens afterwards. Bartek has just reached the intermediate split, the third one, 34th place for Bartek, so it's not going to necessarily be him to count either. Here's our Aurélien Paripant. He's been riding well, 8th fastest.
Yeah, that's a solid time.
This is Valentin Paripant. This little town outside Thonon-les-Bains has a population of 1,500 people, a small village on the plateau of the Pays de Gavot. Next rider to go, Kevin Vauclin. So far, it's not been his tour.
Yeah, there was a lot of expectations on his shoulders. A lot of the French fans were obviously looking to see if he can back last year's performance. Not going to happen. Thankfully, the French have other riders to cheer at the moment. They'll all be behind Sexas for the GC.
Yeah. Cattaneo has gone through the third split, fastest by 8 seconds ahead of Bruno Amirai, despite that little problem.
So he's lost 2 seconds on the descent, more or less.
Yeah.
So par that corner, he must have been still on the same pace.
Yeah, lost 2 seconds. Lac Le Mans, we look out over. Now we wait for the arrival of Cattaneo into the finish. 111 riders have finished. This is Valentin Paripant. Polka dot jersey. Well, it's not going to help him in the polka dots because he's 25th.
That's a nice little touch with the name of the town with the polka dot.
It is, isn't it? "16 kilometers to go for the polka dot jersey."
Castrillo, double stage winner in the Volta España. And he was back with Ken Pharma.
Back now with Tobias Foss. Let's see what his time is. He's working well, but he's not in the ballpark.
No, he's not world champion level.
No. 23rd fastest time.
I was surprised. I thought he might have really been one of the top contenders on today.
Judging by the way he's been riding as well, I thought he might be.
Yeah, exactly. More with the climbing, because again, you're totally right. Because we've seen him climb so well, I was like, well, maybe in this time trial he could do something. Former world champion, he's been climbing well. So this is the part where you really have to push after the descent. These long straights, about 3 kilometers straight from the bottom of the descent all the way into the town of Thonon, and then at around 4 kilometers to go, you start the more technical part. But you have 4 kilometers where it's literally just straight. There's 1 or 2 roundabouts, but this is really where you need to push and let everything out.
Cattaneo, can he beat the time of Bruno Amirai and put himself into the hot seat? It would be a pretty special moment for Cattaneo to be able to do that. Thymen Arensman about to go now. Derek G has just started, and Arensman looks like he might be up against time here.
Yeah,
and he is.
He is. Not happy.
No, he's not happy, but it's his own fault. Arensman gets a little bit upset, but at the end of the day, you're the rider who needs to be on the start line. He misses his start.
20 seconds, no? Correct?
Yeah, he's
that
way off
you
the
should have been
time.
on half past. On 30 seconds past 26.
He was at 16:25:30.
Yeah, 25 seconds. He's lost already.
It's down to him. At the end of the day, the onus is on you as the rider, unfortunately, isn't it?
Well, especially if you're there for 10 minutes before.
There we go. Arensman wasn't there. Comes up.
Oof.
And arrives.
Oof, 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 oof. Don't know who's that, but that almost crashed. Oh, they probably went and get him. So where are you? That's probably one of the commissaires.
Well, he shakes his head, but unfortunately for Thymen Arensman, that's his problem. 25.5 kilometers of racing, and now he's already lost time. Wonder if Arensman was going all out for a time trial performance today.
I don't know, but lack of focus. Or maybe, I don't know what he was doing. Because we haven't, sometimes in that 10 minutes, we have teams who will bring the home trainers or and the riders can still warm up in that, I want to say, waiting zone. But I don't think that was the case today. I didn't see any of the setups today.
No, we've mostly seen the riders sitting around chatting. Cattaneo, 3.4 kilometers from the finish.
Looks like he might have lost a bit of time. Let's see.
Time to beat 34 minutes and 14 seconds. Cattaneo went through the third split. Fastest time, 25.06. Maxime Van Gils has gone through the first split, 20th. Garcia Peña's gone through 15th fastest at the second split. Cattaneo
Still there, 8 seconds ahead.
He's chasing the time.
Oof, taking all the roads. Good cornering there.
Out the saddle again. Sits back down quickly. Amirai took a different line through that roundabout. He kind of went straight over the top of it. Cattaneo.
He's got just over 3 minutes to do 2.6 kilometers.
Coming up on the rider in front of him. That's either Mauro Schmidt or Vartek.
It looks like an NSN jersey, no?
Let's have a little look. It might be Mauro Schmidt.
No, it's Vartek.
Wow, he's caught Vartek. So he's flying along this road now. 2.2 kilometers of racing to go. Cattaneo just looking, do I go left or do I go right? And he's looking for Vartek to move out the way.
Inside.
Goes on the inside. Gets a little bit of slipstream. Vartek freewheeling his way in towards the finish. Fast little section here.
Yeah, even in the cornering, you could see the difference between riders who are committing and riders who are taking a little bit more easy.
How much speed did he take through that corner, Cattaneo? Now he really is flying through this section now. Starts to get a little bit narrower.
Yeah, part of that little mistake that he did in the downhill, he's technically really good. Look at that, just perfect line through the chicane. Uses the whole width of the road to make sure he goes as straight as possible. 1 kilometer to go. And he's got 1 minute 45. It's looking pretty good.
It does look good.
Still 9 seconds.
34.14 of Bruno Amirai, but it's Matteo Cattaneo, the Italian. Powerful bike rider, really good time trialist as he settles in now to try and set the fastest time. Can he go into the hot seat this afternoon? Cattaneo leans it into that left, slightly now really narrow through this little section.
He's going to come now to the 500 meters, and it starts to ramp up.
Now he needs to just go all out to the finish line. Matteo Cattaneo of Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe, and he's catching the rider in front of him for 3 minutes at least. Cattaneo ups the ante a little bit more, gritted teeth. Look how much he's forcing it here. Bruno Amirai's time, he's about to catch the rider in front. Hirschi. Amirai is going to go, Cattaneo is going to go flying past, chasing the time of Bruno Amirai. 26.1 kilometers, the time to beat 34.14.73. Cattaneo is going to be right on 34.01, 13 seconds faster.
I think Bruno Amirai was not expecting that. Even his facial expression was like, wow. Well, good job there, Cattaneo. What a TT you've done. Great performance by the Italian.
That's a superb time trial by Matteo Cattaneo. Nearly the first rider under 34 minutes, right on the borderline, 34.01.
There is the camper. Yeah. Okay.
Bruno Amirai is going to leave the hot seat.
Ah, there he is. Obviously straight away the helmet. Get some air in, needs a breather. Had a big, really good time trial there. Bit of water. Interesting sets of radios that they have now with the cable going straight into the back.
Wow. Super happy.
There he is. Sonia showing him his time. The replay there, well done. So we see him again cross the line. And great performance, just crossing the line, setting the new standard. As we see Hirschi in the background. Again, Hirschi, a rider who might be looking at going into the breakaway tomorrow. The town of Thonon-les-Bains. Again, those really, really beautiful shots. Weather still around 28 degrees, so not cold, but not nothing like they've faced the last couple of days. Back into more, and there's Ray with the polka dot jersey, Paris-Peintre. Well, he's quite focused, Paris-Peintre. I thought maybe he might be taking it a bit easier, but he looks like he's still pushing. He's quite focused. Oh, and Grossschnackner just takes the first intermediate time. Almost 13 seconds difference with Cattaneo. So Anthony has mentioned earlier on that maybe Grossschnackner was going to be the rider who's going to ride for that third rider for the team's classification. It looks like you're right, Anthony. 6.4 to go for the little climber from Paris-Peintre. Again, lots of fans on the side of the road. Lots of polka dot t-shirts. Actually, on the descent, on the left-hand side, they even have the little fan base with all buried up. There's all the camper vans have the flags up. And a rider who's been at the top in Grand Tours, Jay Hindley. One of the important riders of this team, especially when we get into the high mountains. Lots of experience. wore the yellow jersey in the Tour de France. Doesn't look like he's taking it flat out though. Not the same start as his teammate Cataneo about 20-30 minutes ago. Gets into the position. He'd be obviously waiting for his moment in the next few days. He's going to have a lot of work for his team leader, who's moving up the classification obviously after the crash of Jonas Vingegaard. He's got a battle to do though. Sexas is coming up. He's got Del Toro, who's really close to him as well. Really interesting to see how things unfold. I don't think tomorrow we're going to have a big shake-up in the GC. I think we're going to have a bit of a mix today, and most likely a bit of a mix on the stage to Orsières. Again, Orsières-Merlet, not one of the most difficult climbs of this Tour de France, but yet again, we're coming into the third week, and every single climb, or every single effort counts. Giantly, just putting himself into position, cruising. Not really going for it. Head down. There you go, Barry Peintre on the opposite. He's trying to get the best time he can on today's time trial. 4.7 kilometers to go. He's lost a lot of time though for someone who seems that he's committing to this time trial. But obviously in time trials like today is not really a thing, although there was a bit of a climb, but not one of those climbs where his weight is a bit of a disadvantage for him, especially on the downhill. Although we did see him descend quite well the other day in the breakaway. But it's not the same on the breakaway than on those TT bikes at 80 or 90k per hour. We saw earlier on Buna Amirai almost hit 100k per hour.
This is Thymen Arensman at the first split, and despite his, 20-odd seconds loss, he's 11 seconds down on the fastest time, which is now, at that first split, Felix Großschartner, followed by Pablo Castrillo and then Dan Uhler.
Good TT by... Oh, he's on the split time at the second one.
He's going well, isn't he?
Yeah, but also maybe he started too fast.
Yeah, maybe starting to suffer a little bit, Felix Großschartner, but he looks like he's going to be the third counting rider for UAE, as we mentioned a little while ago. So Großschartner starting to move. Arensman's going to be very annoyed if he ends up with one of the fastest times and he missed his start.
Yeah, 25 seconds is a lot to put yourself in a handicap.
But it's, I have to say, now we don't really see riders miss their starts, because there's so much build-up to a rider going to the race start with all the protocols and everything else that goes with it. Großschartner, though, the Austrian champion, looking good this afternoon. Castrillo looking good now. Arensman fourth place at that first split. We're waiting for the second split of riders to come up. And we wait for the last riders to go in this individual time trial. Not long until we start to see riders go at 2-minute intervals. This was Großschartner coming up to the second split. 1 second faster than Cattaneo. Well, actually equal on time now, we're being told. A little bit of a correction from my screen. Cattaneo, the fastest rider at the third split.
There's my cheese.
Was that the cheese you were mentioning at the top?
And the truck just beside it. 4 seconds down now.
It's starting to lose and ship a little bit of time. Großschartner of UAE, Team Emirates XRG on the road. We are into the last group of riders to go in this individual time trial as we look into the beginning of the final week of racing in this Tour de France. The rider in the hot seat is Matteo Cattaneo, the Italian rider from Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe. He set the fastest time. Let's hear from him now.
Yeah, I'm super happy about today. I think I had one of my best days on the bike since I'm professional, so quite time ago. So I'm super happy about today, and I hope the day will end with something more special for us. So yeah, let's see.
Cattaneo has also said at this finish he thinks He'd love to be in the top 10 at the end of today's stage. He's up for that, isn't he, Nico? That was a fantastic time trial.
Yeah, I think they'll be right up there. Definitely top 10, no doubt with top 10. I even think close to top 5. I can't see many of the GC riders go much quicker than that.
Good performance by Cattaneo. Valentin Paripant is continuing with his time trial. He's going to be well outside the time, despite looking like he's rapid. He's not really carrying the speed that the time trial specialist can carry. Jorgensen's gone through the second split with the 4th fastest time, 17 minutes and 32 seconds. Now we're getting towards the times of the top riders. We are at 4:40 in the afternoon. Next rider to go is Brandon McNulty. Then we get Tobias Johannesson and then Sepp Kuss. After that, the riders go at 2-minute intervals from Egan Bernal all the way through to Tadej Pogačar to conclude this time trial this afternoon. Brandon McNulty underway, and we're just hearing that he was hit by a motorist while he was out doing the recon, or before the time trial. We'll talk about that in a second. Let's take a look back at what's happened as Valentin Paripant comes in. Stage 16, the individual time trial. Going early was Josh Tarling. Tarling on the time trial looked rapid through the second intermediate split. He went fastest with an average speed of 32.6 kilometers an hour. At the finish, Tarling was disappointed with his ride, but despite that, he went into the hot seat. Former French champion Bruno Amirai of Visma Lease bike was on the route. Through the second split, he was nearly 19 seconds faster than Tarling, and at the finish line, Tarling had taken back time, but Amirai was still 6.31 seconds faster. Matteo Cattaneo has just finished his individual time trial. He, as he said, has had one of the best days he's had on a bike. Cattaneo was rapid through every single split. At the finish line, Cattaneo overhauled Amirai nearly 14 seconds faster for 46 points. This is Thymen Arensman, 3rd fastest time. He was delayed at the start, and yet he is the 3rd fastest rider in this time trial. So we're hearing, as Brandon McNulty continues on his time trial, that Mauro Giannetti has said that he was struck by a motorist before today's Tour time trial. He said, we don't know why. He overtook Brandon, then he stopped the car in front of him and he hit the car. So not good news here before the start of today's individual time trial. So we hope that Brandon McNulty is okay. Let's see how he performs out on the road. Arensman is going superbly well. If he hadn't been late, he would be the fastest rider on the course right now.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if we get a little interview maybe later on. Let's see what happened. Not gonna change much. Castrillo.
Wow.
Not former, actual Spanish champion.
And he's the fastest rider on the course now. Castrillo, 7.45 seconds faster. We should also give Thymen Arensman the benefit of the doubt, I suppose, which is that he might have had a puncture or something, but we haven't heard from the team, have we? Jai Hindley on the course.
We also have the indication of the rider who's The third rider who's going to go today for a little trek is G West.
Castrillo, the Spanish champion, looking rapid for Movistar. This is Jai Hindley, back to the start of Egan Bernal. A great reception for Egan Bernal, Colombian road champion, back in his normal kit of the Ineos, Net Company Ineos squad. Egan Bernal is 16th overall, 41 minutes and 1 second down on Tadej Pogačar. Former winner of the Tour de France, into his individual time trial. The top 16 riders now are going to compete. Who is going to win this time trial this afternoon? Here's the situation at the third split. Grossschartner is going well. He's 4 seconds down on Cattaneo. He's 3 seconds ahead of Armi Rai. So Grossschartner chasing the hot seat right now as he tries to pile on the pressure in towards the race finish. Grossschartner's not too far away here. Back with Egan Bernal. Egan Bernal looking quick on the climb so far in the early stages of his time trial. Castrillo still fast through the second split, but Grossschartner is almost at the end of this time trial now. We'll see what his time is going to be. Next rider to go, Davide Piganzoli. Piganzoli has ridden the Giro d'Italia, clear teammate of Jonas Vingegaard before he left on Sunday. 24 minutes and 42 seconds down, 15th overall in this race. I'm interested to see how Wiesma ride the next few days.
Yeah, they'll have to go on the attack, put riders in the breakaway. Hopefully Piganzoli can go into the breakaway, seems to be in top shape, and try and contest for a stage win.
Yeah, for me, Piganzoli could be a stage winner this week. He looks
someone
really
to look
good
for your fantasy team.
I might swap him in and out overnight. Don't take the tip. Beautiful backdrop to today's time trial. This is Lipovitz, Paul Sexas, Del Toro. Remco just trying to get a gel on board. And Pogačar. Thonon-les-Bains, the finish town of today's stage.
And we'll do. And there's a little QR code to play the fancy game. It's a bit late for today to choose your favorite, but you can get ready for tomorrow and the next few stages.
Yep.
I'm afraid to look where we've gone so far down.
I don't want to look.
Adam Yates now.
I'm going to play the game this week. Adam Yates. Yates gets going for UAE Team Emirates XRG, a rider who's finished on the podium of the Tour before. Adam Yates right now, 24 minutes and 12 seconds down as we look at Jai Hindley. Hindley's got a big job to do this week, hasn't he? To look after Remco, sitting second overall.
Yeah, and today he's taking it relatively easy.
He's agreed a longer-term contract with Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe. He wanted to stay there. A number of different teams were interested in him, but he's decided that's his home, that's where he wants to remain.
Another 3 years, correct?
That's good for Jai Hindley, Giro winner. He's so consistent in the Grand Tours, though, isn't he? You can rely on him. You put him in a team and he'll do something. Tom Pidcock with cool mitts.
They stepped up a level with the ice box.
Oh, yeah. They're not going with ice boxes. None of that rubbish. Let's go with mitts that have pipes into them and keep your hands cool.
Why not?
Anything Ineos, their company Ineos could do, Tom Pidcock can do better. Here's Egan Bernal continuing with his time trial. Pidcock will be going very, very soon. He'll go just before 5 o'clock in the afternoon, so in about 9 minutes' time.
Well, Arensman is on the same time as Cataneo. He is flying.
He is, isn't he? What happened at the start for Thymen Arensman? Missing his start by, Nico reckons, what, 20-odd seconds?
Yes, I think so, about that.
That 20-odd seconds, is already taken off, isn't it, on this timing?
Yes, of course. The clock starts.
The minute you start?
Yeah. No, the clock starts when it's your time to go.
Ah.
So his time on the lap is 25 seconds quicker than the time on the screen.
He's flying then?
He's flying then. But the important time is the time on the screen, not his time on the course.
Yes. He would have been another 25 seconds faster, which is incredible. He's wearing this undervest, you can see, through that jersey.
Gives a bit of a ripple.
Do you think the UCI is going to ban these at some point?
No idea, but they do enjoy banning innovation, so let's see. Am I allowed to say that?
You just said it, it's too late now. I'll just let you know that the head of the UCI is here today, but anyway. You have to say what you think. That's why you're here. That's why you're here. We're watching this individual time trial. Thanks very much for watching. At Ant McCrossan, at Nicholas Roach is where you can get hold of us on social media. We're counting down to the start of the final riders. Thank you very much for taking the time to message in. Thanks for joining us. This is Richard Carapaz now, about to get going.
So to go back to the fantasy game, well, I've lost Tim Merlier and I put Carapaz in my game now.
Now that's an aero helmet, isn't it? It was EF who started the whole...
No, it was Visma. It was the Giro helmet that came out with the first, then EF.
And EF went completely crazy. And now they've come out with another one. Well, you have to innovate to try and keep up and go quicker all of the time.
Also,
this is Grossschartner. Grossschartner coming to the finish line now. He was the fastest rider at one point on the course. He's going to be outside the time of Cattaneo. At the first split, he was 4 seconds quicker than the next place rider. He was quicker than Cattaneo by 1 second at the second split, but at the finish, he's going to go into 5th place overall for Grossschartner.
Pretty solid time, though. Very good time trial.
Counting rider for UAE Team Emirates XRG, potentially this afternoon.
Yes, if his job was to get a good time to make sure the team could win the team classification, well, he's done a good job also with the undervest. You could just see the lines underneath the jersey.
Just to update, Sepp Kuss has gone through the first split, 101st. Jai Hindley's gone through the second split, 39th place. Castrillo's just gone through the third split, having been fastest at the second split. Castrillo's gone through with the 5th fastest time. Arensman is 1 second down at the third split. Carapaz, the first couple of minutes of his ride. He'll be thinking about a stage this week. There's a few stages that suit him. I'm just seeing Remco Evenepoel's wife arriving and walking past us here, past our commentary position, to see him at the race finish. So the riders out here on the course.
You can really appreciate the speed from these helicopter shots, but Thymen Arensman is catching Kevin Vauquelin, his teammate. A minute 30 is going to catch him.
Here's Kevin Vauquelin checking over his shoulder to think who is behind me. And it's going to be his teammate, who is absolutely flying this afternoon. Well, Arensman has gone from missing his start to potentially going into the hot seat in this individual time trial, which would be an incredible turnaround. Thymen Arensman rocking and rolling it into the finish line now. 3.5 kilometers to go. This is Jorgensen. He's going to finish right now with the 6th fastest time. Jorgensen, 45.25 kilometers an hour.
That's also a decent time trial from Jorgensen. You can see all the battered knee there. All the wounds are still quite open, quite fresh.
Arensman, can he close the gap on Cattaneo? Cattaneo still in the hot seat, 34 minutes and 1 second. There's Paul Sexas, waiting for the most important time trial of his career so far.
See, the nerves are kicking in. Can't say still.
He can't, can he?
Shake the leg, shakes the upper body. Oof, well done there, well done. Well managed that corner, Arensman. Flying on the bike, 2.7 kilometers to go. And he's got 3 minutes 10 to do that.
It's going to be tight, isn't it? Next rider to start, Jordan Jegat. Jordan Jegat, 10th overall, 19 minutes and 26 seconds down in the general classification. I love the Aero helmet.
Ironman.
Here's Arensman. Can he beat the time of Cattaneo despite his late start? Thymen Arensman closing in on the finish line now. The time to beat, 34 minutes and 1 second. He's very, very close. The last 9 riders now to take to this time trial start. It's been a long afternoon of individual time trialing, but we're not far away now from the start of Sexas, Del Toro, Remco Evenepoel, Tadej Pogačar, the top 4 riders. Brandon McNulty, the 7th fastest time for McNulty so far.
No, that's not a bad time trial so far.
So in actual fact, they're going to end up in a situation of 4 counting riders maybe. And they need to just see who's quicker between McNulty and Grossschartner here. This is Ilian van Wilder. He's having a good tour so far, 13th overall. Arensman catches the next rider in front of him. He is flying along this course, 900 meters to go. He's got to be there in 34.01. Got a slight uphill drag, but he's having a fantastic time trial this afternoon.
Yeah, he's looking very powerful, stomping there with a big gear.
Arensman at 57k an hour. The adrenaline must have been running all the way through this time trial this afternoon. The race of truth. Arensman started late. He missed his start allocation, but somehow he has pulled it together, and Arensman is hunting down the time of Cattaneo in the hot seat. 34 minutes, 1.28, and Arensman, with a little bit of anger and a little bit of adrenaline, may well put himself in the hot seat, which would be unthinkable Arensman now, round the next turn. Can he beat the time of Cattaneo? 34 minutes, 1.28. He's just going to run out of road. He's going to be 4 or 5 seconds down, and he's going to rue what happened at the race start earlier on. Arensman is just going to be a slender 4 seconds down.
Yeah, that's a pity. He's going to be very bitter later on. He's smiling. But yeah, that's Tom Pidcock now.
Pidcock underway. He's already said he'll lose loads of time in this time trial. He said it a few days ago. But let's see. You never know. The way he's been riding over the last few days. Pidcock out the saddle, getting started. Let's see whether he can produce a time trial to keep himself in the top 10. There's Nico's cheese.
Actually, the Abondance is the one I didn't have. I thought there was the Robuchon, which is on the truck. The Robuchon. There they are with their umbrellas now.
The world champion on the trainer. Keeping himself in the shades so he doesn't heat up too much. Here's the finish of Castrillo. He's been rapid out on the course as well. The time of Cattaneo, 34.0128, a very measured performance. The Spanish champion has looked good all the way through this individual time trial. Where is Castrillo going to finish during this run-in? He's going to be outside the time of Cattaneo. Castrillo has produced a great time trial as well this afternoon for Movistar. 4th fastest time. The start of Lenny Martinez. Lenny Martinez is underway.
He's got a lot of pressure on his shoulders today. Starts out sprinting out of the ramp into position.
Let's see how he does out on the course this afternoon. Lenny Martinez. There's Lipovitz. There's Remco Evenepoel. The helpers just making sure that they stay in the shade for as long as they possibly can. Lipovitz will be going soon. He goes at 17:07. It's 17:02 right now. There's the situation on the right-hand side. Cattaneo, Arensman, Amirai. Arensman is going to be bitterly disappointed.
Yeah, because even if he's not for the win, he still is probably going to lose 1 or 2 places because of those 25 seconds.
Well, we've heard he's refused to be interviewed at the finish. Pidcock into time trial mode. Initial stages up this climb, 3 minutes and 50 seconds into his ride. Let's just take a look at riders along the course.
Skeil Moser is about to start now.
The start of one of the 2 Lidl Trek riders in the top 10. Matthias Skeil Moser underway. Skeil Moser, 9 minutes 38 seconds down in 7th place. They're so close, those two. Ayuso 6th overall. And they've ridden really strongly together for the entire time. There was all this talk of they won't get on and they won't ride well, but they're fine out on the road.
You think so?
I think so.
Okay.
Do you?
No.
Well, they seem to have come to an agreement, I would say, of helping each other out where they can.
Have they helped each other out?
Once or twice.
I saw Skeil Moser come back on Ayuso and attack him 500 meters to go on Sunday.
Maybe Sunday. But before that, I thought they were riding well. Here's Tadej Pogačar, getting him set for the final preparations for this time trial. in the shade there with Del Toro. Pogacar with the ice vest on, all in yellow. The last few moments before the big time trial. The head of sport of the UCI in the background, Peter van den Abele, just having a look around to see what is happening. He's responsible for everything to do with the rules, the sport, the calendar, and everything that's related to it. The start then of Juan Ayuso. The Spanish rider about to go. Juan Ayuso, 6th overall in the Tour de France, 7 minutes and 28 seconds down.
And straight away, you could just see the intention, gets out of the saddle, picks up the speed straight down onto the skis. And he's off. He looking very fast on the start compared to what we've seen earlier on from the helicopter shots.
Yeah, I agree.
Where everything looked a little bit like we're in slow-mo, but it's no slow-mo now.
No. Well, you've got to hold on to your 6th place or try and move up, haven't you? Now it's all about seconds because the gaps between these riders is not that big. You think there's a touch of nerves going on here, Nico?
Yes, look at that. Look at he's very nervous. Or at least he's exteriorizing it differently than some other riders.
Yeah, but it's very interesting to watch body language, isn't it? And he's showing those, the legs are moving, everything is a little bit anxious. But he probably is trying to calm himself inside, but you will find a way of showing it. This is Ayuso, initial stages. The gap between Ayuso and Florian Lipovitz right now is 40 seconds. The gap between Lipovitz and Sexas is 25. The gap between Sexas and Del Toro is 25 seconds. The gap between Del Toro and Remco Evenepoel is 58 seconds. There's tiny gaps, really. Things could really shift around. The start then of Florian Lipovitz, 5th overall in this Tour de France. The race of truth. Lipovitz gets started. So different in the way these riders are starting now. There's much more urgency.
Just a little acceleration to pick up the speed and then straight down into the skis. But you can just see the speed off the ramp is a lot quicker than the other riders.
Paul Sexas, time trial-wise, this is a huge test.
It's a huge test. No one really knows where he is.
Especially after 2 and a bit weeks where he's never ridden with 2 rest days.
It's all into the unknown for him.
The arrival of Quinn Simmons. We haven't seen him out on the course. Fantastic ride on Sunday. Quinn Simmons coming into the finish area. Catania's time still stands 34.0128.
It's funny to see him not out of his kit, his national champion kit.
It's unusual to see him, isn't it? Well, just to give you an update on the first split, the fastest rider is Tom Pidcock. He's gone faster than every rider so far. 8 minutes and 45 seconds. Faster than Grosjean, Castrillo, Dan Hula, Brandon McNulty. Pidcock is the fastest rider at the split.
Ayuso looking very good on his TT bike.
He looks like he's done a lot of work on that TT bike, doesn't he?
Always with a very high cadence.
Let's see if it translates into straight line speed.
Here's a white jersey, Del Toro.
Well, thank you for joining us. We are counting down to the final riders. France are ready. The start now of the next rider, Paul Sexas. Sexas is underway. 26 kilometers of truth for the Frenchman, riding into the unknown. The crowd over the barriers.
Yeah, the roar for him is incredible compared to even the other riders. High cadence once again, Paul Sexas.
Here's Remco Evenepoel, total concentration. Sexas spinning his way up the first part of the climb. He looks efficient, Nico.
Yeah, I have to say, look at his position. He's very well positioned. No gaps between the helmet and the arms. Good cadence. Looks fast, very fast.
It does look really rapid. He might surprise everybody this afternoon. You just don't know. We don't know what to expect.
Yeah, he's using all the road, cutting the lines.
Lenny Martinez goes through the first split with the 10th fastest time.
That's not bad for Lenny Martinez.
No, it's pretty cool for him, isn't it? Sexas really spinning the gears over. Look at this. Not on the bottom gear. We go back to the start of the rider now in the white jersey. Third place overall, 5 minutes 58 seconds down. Isaac Del Toro, he gets going now. 2 more riders left to start. Isaac Del Toro settling himself into this individual time trial. Pidcock is the fastest at the first split.
Yeah, Del Toro is under pressure today. Paul Sexas once again said this morning that he wanted to go back and take the jersey today.
It's only 25 seconds,
25
Nico.
seconds.
No time bonuses today. It's just man against man. It's man, machine, the course and time. That's all a time trial is. Sexas looking good so far.
Did they print the number? I think they did.
Printed his number.
Yeah, on the jersey.
We'll have a quick look again. I'm not sure he's allowed to do that, is he?
I don't know, it looked like it was printed.
Get this, Matthias Skelmos has gone through the first split 15 seconds faster than Pidcock.
Wow.
The start now of the world champion, Remco Evenepoel. A date with destiny. How much time, if any, can he take back on Tadej Pogačar? Stage win on Sunday. Can he go back-to-back? Skelmos are 15 seconds faster than any other rider through the first split. This is Voizard at the second split, 10th place. That's a good ride by Voizard. He's coming out of this second week looking good.
Yeah, totally agree.
Remco Evenepoel, the penultimate rider in this individual time trial, the world champion about to go. He looks absolutely in the zone. Look at the eyes, look at the face. Remco Evenepoel now into time trial mode. As Tadej Pogačar said, he's going to be a bit of a pain this week. Well, let's see how much of a pain. Pogačar, the final rider to go. He's got a little pocket. There is Paul Sexas. Is it in a pocket?
Yeah.
Or is it printed? I think it's in a pocket.
It's in a pocket. Yeah, it's an inside pocket from the inside of the skin suit.
Paul Sexas.
Yeah, well, you know you lean when you can see your collar, your spine on the skin suit.
Yeah, absolutely. The speed of Sexas on the first part of the climb. Ayuso's just gone through the first split, 7th fastest. He's lost 26 seconds on his teammate Schelmoser. He looked quick, but he's not quick on that climb. The start of Tadej Pogačar. Del Toro out on the course. He looks very effective. Tadej Pogačar, his 65th at Maillot Jaune at the Tour de France. The start of the yellow jersey. Tadej Pogačar about to start. He rolls down the ramp. All of the riders now have started this individual time trial. What can Pogačar produce? Pogačar leads with 5 minutes over Remco. At this stage 5 years ago, he was leading with 5:18 over Rigoberto Urán. Let's see how the times are at the first split. Brandon McNulty coming up to the finish line now. Not going to beat the time of Cattaneo, who stays in the hot seat. Cattaneo leads 34.01. Aronsman second at 5 seconds. Amirai at 13. McNulty finishes in 14th place.
Not a bad effort by McNulty. Lipovic. 9 minutes in. There's Tom Pidcock getting close to the top.
Pidcock's going well in this time trial. Second fastest time so far.
A bit of a grimace.
Starting to feel it. But considering he said he would lose time, he's not doing that bad.
There we are. Schelmoser, 8:30. Lipovic, plus 2 seconds. Pidcock, 15. Großschartner, 15. Castrillo, 20. Good timing there by Lipovic as well.
Yeah, Lipovic is flying. The Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe riders are going well today. Del Toro closing in then on the first split. What's his time going to be?
The Devil, once again, still dancing around. Paul Sexas.
Paul Sexas is closing in then on the split. Let's see what his time is going to be. Sexas goes through, 3rd fastest time for Paul Sexas. 3 seconds down on the time of Schelmoser. This is a very, very good time trial. So the top places at that split so far. Schelmoser, 3 seconds to Lipovic. Sexas equal on time with Lipovic so far. Pidcock at 15 seconds. Großschartner at 16.
It's extremely tight at this intermediate. Look at the fans.
There's so many people at the side of the road. The arrival of Lenny Martinez at the 2nd split.
It's not doing too bad, Lenny Martinez.
No, he's doing well. 9th place so far in this time trial. This is the best time trial I've seen Lenny Martinez ride.
Yeah, definitely agree with you. He often drifts a lot of time on those time trials.
The time of Del Toro will be next. We'll see how he's doing against Sexas. He's got 25 seconds in hand at the start of today. Remco Evenepoel is already rapid on the climb. He's already looking 13 or 14 seconds faster than Sexas to this point. Nothing left to chance this afternoon. Look how ripped the legs are. Pure power. Gold chain, bling everywhere. Remco Evenepoel, he's got every single little trick bit you can have on his bike.
I love the gold cassette.
You don't see many of those anymore, do you? Why not? Del Toro has gone through with the fastest time at the intermediate split. 8 minutes, 30 seconds. Equal on time with Skelmoser. 3 seconds faster than Lipovic, 3 seconds faster than Sexas. Del Toro is on a ride.
Yeah, riding really strong.
Look at that. Skelmoser's producing a great time trial.
Yeah, he's starting on like a rocket.
Skelmoser's gone through the second split with the fastest time, 16:38, 29 seconds faster than Pidcock. So Del Toro now heading towards the second split. This is Skelmoser, the fastest rider on the course. Skelmoser is riding out of his skin this afternoon. He needs to make up 1:10 on his teammate Ayuso. Right now, he's putting everybody under pressure.
He did a great first climb. Let's see how he manages the second part under descent. Ayuso.
We're waiting for the arrival of Remco Evenepoel and Pogačar to the first split. Ayuso's got really high leg speed, but not carrying the speed.
No, not the same impression as Remco with the just bigger gear.
Remco Evenepoel's just gone through the first split, 22 seconds faster than Del Toro. What a ride by Remco here. That is rapid. 8:08 for Remco Evenepoel. Del Toro at 22 seconds, equal on time with Skelmoser, then Lipovic, then Sexas.
Let's wait a minute 30 and see how the battle is going with Tadej Pogačar.
Now we wait a couple of minutes. Pogačar is about to arrive. Is he equal on time with Remco Evenepoel this afternoon? It is Belgian National Day today. Can Remco win on Belgian National Day? Let's see. Ayuso coming up to the second split. Skelmoser's gone through there in 16:38.
That's almost 50 seconds on Ayuso.
Already. That's an impressive ride by Skelmoser. Ayuso just seems to not have power in this time trial. Yeah, he's spinning well, but that's not what you need here, is it? Ayuso, 59, 1 minute down on his teammate, Skelmoser, at the second split. That means that Skelmoser's about to leapfrog Ayuso into 6th place in this tour. We're waiting for Pogačar to arrive at the first split. Remco Evenepoel, 8 minutes and 8 seconds. So here's Pogačar, heading now in the yellow jersey towards the first intermediate split. He's outside the time of Remco Evenepoel already. He goes across the line and he's lost 7 seconds to Remco Evenepoel to this point. Pogačar, second place. There's the situation. Pogačar at 6, Del Toro at 21. So they've gone through the first split and basically things are remaining the same. Skelmoser, though, is the rider on the move.
Good ride there by Lipovic.
Lipovic's going really well through the second split. Lipovic is the second fastest rider, 6 seconds down on Skelmoser. Pidcock, 4th fastest to that point at 29 seconds. Lipovic is having a very good time trial this afternoon. Here is Paul Sexas heading towards the second split of the day. Needs to find a little bit more speed if he can. Let's see what his time is going to be. Give him a little bit of road. Sexas chasing the time of Schelmoser and Lipovic to this point. Still full of riding, still looks fast.
Yeah, he's looking good. He's looking good. Remember, he's got some severe competition today.
Yeah,
But
massive
he's doing,
competition.
A really good effort. We're about to come to the intermediate. It's in this town, a couple of 100 meters from now.
Let's see what the time is going to
Slightly
be.
off, but he's not so bad.
He's not far off, is he?
No, he's holding pretty well. The gap there with Schelmoser was a lot quicker at the bottom of the climb.
He's almost at it. Where is he now? He's just coming up to that split now. The fastest time was 16:38 of Schelmoser. Can Sexas go through in first place to this point? Let's take a look. He's going to be close. The split point is coming up, just up the road. Look at the crowd. It's absolutely immense. Sexas is nearly there. He's coming up to the intermediate split. There it is. He's going to be the third fastest time at 9:99. It's an emergency. Sexas is riding a fantastic time trial.
Right, throws the bike into the corner there and needs to catch his breath and then go again.
Leans it into the first couple of turns. Now it goes a little bit more quiet. So Schelmoser, the fastest rider at that second split now.
There he is under the descent. Schelmoser on the skis, fixing the helmet, putting the helmet back straight. Head down, making yourself small. Traveling at 73 kilometers per hour. Again, the helmet's bothering him. He keeps on putting the hand back up to the helmet.
Just to update you, Derek G is doing a good ride for Lidl Trek. The gap between Lipovic and Sexas at that second split is only 4 seconds. The gap between Sexas and Del Toro we'll see in a moment. But right now, nothing's really changing apart from the battle between Schelmoser and Ayuso for 6th place in this Tour de France. Schelmoser, a fantastic performance so far. This is Del Toro coming up to that second split right now. Let's see what his time is going to be. Schelmoser leads 16 minutes 38 seconds. The surprise package in this time trial this afternoon is Matthias Schelmoser. Del Toro's going to be outside that time.
Not by much though.
No, not at all. He's coming up now. Del Toro's time at the second split. Let's take a look at it. He's going to be right on the time of Sexas. They are equal on time right now. So they're holding position. Del Toro, 4th overall at the second split so far. Here's Remco Evenepoel heading towards the first intermediate split. He's absolutely ripping it along this section. Schelmoser's time, 16:38.52. He's like a bullet through the air, the world champion. Look at the power he's producing.
Yeah, be close to 45 seconds, I guess. There's the intermediate sprint coming up.
Remco Evenepoel goes through, wow, 55.9 seconds faster. He's on an absolute mission. Now he's onto the descent section. A few twists and turns. That is fast.
Yeah, he's done an amazing effort up the climb. There we see him again with the
with all the fans. 55 seconds on Scale Moser, 1 minute 1 with Lipovic, 1:05 with Sextas, 1:06 with Del Toro. Still pretty close after him. There he is going through all the fans, again trying to use the road as much as he can. Tadej Pogačar making his way, close enough now to this intermediate sprint. Let's see the difference. Whoa, the fans are in the middle, get out of the way.
That's not good news. Pogačar chasing the time of Remco Evenepoel. I mean, let's be honest, he's got a 5-minute gap, but he doesn't want Remco to take too much time. He wants this buffer to remain intact. The last Belgian to win on Belgian National Day was in 1985, Rudy Matisse, who won for Hitachi into Paris from Orléans on the final day. It's been a long time since Belgium have enjoyed a National Day victory. Remco Evenepoel flying right now. We await for the arrival of Tadej Pogačar. Sextas on the descent. Oh, throws it into that right-hander, trying to take time.
He's taking some risk on the descent.
Oh, he is.
Really see him lean the bike there. Quite aggressive in the descending, but it looks to be working. He's doing it well.
This is another fast left-hander, leans it over. Ayuso's gone through the third split. 1 minute down on Schelmoser. He's kind of balanced things out a little bit. This is Tadej Pogačar through the intermediate split, and he's not shipping much more time. He's 14 seconds down. Second fastest.
14 seconds.
That's a great ride by Pogačar.
Good ride. Still in the battle.
2 splits gone, and right now Remco Evenepoel leads 15:42. Pogačar at 14, Schelmoser at 56. Lipovic, then Sextas. Sextas not losing much time. He's equal on time with Del Toro. Then it's Castrillo. Then it's Pidcock at 1:25. Lipovic has just gone through this third split, 3 seconds down on Schelmoser.
It's really close between Schelmoser and Lipovic. And Del Toro is probably going to be around that same time as well. The three of them seem to be riding very much at the same speed.
Remco Evenepoel trying to find as much speed as possible. He's riding at well over 70k an hour on this section, nearly 80k an hour. He's 1 minute and 12 seconds ahead of Del Toro. He's riding superbly. He's already 58 seconds ahead in the general classification. And at the moment, he's going to open up the gap even further on Del Toro if he continues like this. Consolidating his position in this Tour de France.
Yeah, descending well. Evenepoel not taking too many risks.
80k an hour. Comes into this next section, into the aero tuck where he can. Puts the shoulder over towards the wall. Remco Evenepoel rapid on this descent, coming up to the third split for these riders. Here's the arrival now of Jordan Jegat. This has been a tough time trial for Jordan Jegat. He's going to finish 2 minutes down in 28th place. 2 minutes and 10 seconds down for Jordan Jegat. Behind him is Tom Pidcock, who's almost caught him at the finish line. Pidcock has produced a good time trial this afternoon. It's going to be 7th place.
Oh, crash.
Oh, crash.
And it's
Lipovic has hit the deck. Lipovic has had a huge crash.
And the car needs to get out of the way, the red car. We got a line.
Oh, let's take a look here into this turn. Too hot.
Whoa.
Oh, the bike just completely went.
Yeah, front wheel went.
Oh, and his teammate Catania, who's in the hot seat, can't even look. It was a bad crash of Lipovic. Oh, he's sitting up now. Let's hope he's okay.
Now with the sports director class holding his shoulder.
It's almost like the front wheel just bounced, Nico.
Yeah. Remco Evenepoel flying down.
Well, let's...
So that must be closer into the town then.
Yeah. It's coming into that town on the right-hand side. On that right-hand turn. So Remco sprinting his way. And Lipovic had gone through, second fastest at that split.
Yeah, again, taking so many risks, trying not to lose any time at all.
Sexas has gone through. He's gone through with a third fastest time to that split. It's funny how they're taking a different line through this roundabout now. So that you said earlier.
No, they're still on the same right. I thought the left would have been quicker, but every single rider has gone to the right. So I think they studied it much better than I did. I had a quick glance this morning. I was like, I think left is better. But if 100% of the riders went right, I'll trust that they did their homework better.
Is this the turn?
Is it the turn? Yes, it looks like the turn. You can see the people on the side of the road telling them to slow down.
Sexas is through there.
Wow, and he takes the corner really well.
Has Lipovic got back on his
No,
bike?
He's on the ground in the middle there.
Oh, he's still down.
They've just put him behind the barriers. I think it's a good move to hide him from the other riders as well.
A desperate moment for Florian Lipovic as he crashes into that right-hand turn. They just saw the bike completely bounced through that
Lenny
road.
Martinez coming into the finish now.
This is the arrival of Lenny Martinez. The time to beat 34.01. He's not going to beat that time. Catania will stay in the hot seat. Lenny Martinez hits the line. That's a very respectable time trial from Lenny Martinez.
Yes, totally agree with you. Very respectable time trial. Who's this coming behind? It's Gael Moser.
Skjelmoser is going to blitz the time of Catania. He goes into the hot seat.
Now, what a brilliant time trial there by the Dane.
Super
really
fast.
Good performance.
Here's Remco Evenepoel. His teammate, unfortunately, is still on the ground. He's sitting up, but he's not going to take any part in this time trial. Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe may have lost a rider. Lipovic at the third split. And he's still, is he going to get back on his bike? No, I don't think so. That shoulder tells you the story. Remco Evenepoel. And unfortunately, we lose another start. Lipovic is out of the Tour de France. Desperate moment. Skjelmoser trying to recover. A desperate moment for Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe after well over 2 weeks of racing. Catania's getting ready because he knows that Skjelmoser's now in the hot seat. However, Remco Evenepoel, Del Toro.
Oh, Del Toro.
The back wheel was all over the place. He safely gets through there. At the third split, Remco Evenepoel's gone through 57 seconds faster than Skjelmoser.
Del Toro batting really well with Sexas. Only 4 seconds difference between the two riders.
Well, Sexas is now 3 seconds, faster than Del Toro. But there's still 25 seconds between them in the general classification. One more rider needs to make it safely round, or two more riders safely round that turn, and one of them is coming up. Remco Evenepoel. Just ease into this right-hander, which he does now. And Remco Evenepoel safely through there, doesn't take any risks. Now he gets back into time trial mode.
Big acceleration coming out of the corner to put him back into speed. 6 kilometers to go. There's speed bump. Oops, there we go. Looking extremely fast as always.
Here's Tadej Pogačar coming up to the third split, chasing the time of Remco Evenepoel. He's going to be close. He's coming back a little bit on Remco Evenepoel's time now. He's really close. The time is 16 seconds. He only loses 2 seconds to Remco Evenepoel on that section.
Yeah, he's doing well, Tadej Pogačar, to not drift time on Well, Sexas just throwing the bike into the corners, taking all the risks.
Wow. What can Paul Sexas produce this afternoon? He's 5th overall at that second split. He's 5th overall at the third split. Leans it into the right turn.
Ayuso.
This is Juan Ayuso. He's going to lose his place overall to his teammate. Ayuso comes in 117 down. Not a good day in the time trial for Juan Ayuso.
No, it's not a terrible time trial, but we expected a bit more from a rider who's potentially trying to be in the top 5 in Paris. Paul Sexas, another couple of corners to maneuver. This is the one that's going to take you back down. Yeah, he's taking his time. This one nice and wide. Leans the bike into the corner, uses all the roads, accelerates out, picks up the speed.
Well, if you wondered whether he could come into the third week, into the unknown looking good, the answer is a definite yes. He's absolutely screaming around this course. Sexas is looking superb. Scintillating speed from the Frenchman. 2 kilometers of racing to go.
Yeah, he's coming onto the flatter parts, almost one more corner. Here's the corner.
Pogacar into the right-hander.
Up. Also took it wide, Pogacar.
Well, he made it safely round in the end, but he was right on the limit. Take a look at this, Nico.
Yeah, the skid rear wheel lock, but saved it. Might have cost him 2-3 seconds there, but got going. Paul Sexas, 1.4 kilometers to go. Goes through that little chicane. He's gonna see the red flag right in front of him. There it is, 1 kilometer to go.
Paul Sexas, only 4 riders left to finish in this individual time trial. He's got 1 kilometer of racing to go. And he's piling on the pressure now. Sexas is looking good. He's definitely going to hold on to his 4th place overall with this ride. The question is, how much time can he take on Del Toro?
Yeah, the big battle for the white jersey is on, not just for the podium. 35 seconds. Yeah. He's going to be off the time of Schelmoser, I think. But he's gonna be right up there.
Schelmoser, the Dane, is in the hot seat. He is the surprise package in this time trial this afternoon. He's looked good. This is the Frenchman, the youngest ever rider to wear a jersey in the Tour de France. He dreams of wearing white in Paris, and right now he's answering even more questions. Paul Sexas coming into the conclusion of the race of truth. Sexas, what is the time going to be? He's going to be just outside the time of Schelmoser, but now we know that Sexas can also produce a storming time trial. 2nd fastest so far.
Has been a brilliant time trial there by Sexas. Again, this morning there was a lot of questions about how can he time trial. Remco Evenepoel coming into that corner, about 2.5 kilometers to go. Takes it nice and calm, not too much risk there. You're gonna sprint back out of the corner. 1 minute is the advantage over Schelmoser. Del Toro looking very fast in this final part.
Del Toro looking good at this moment in time. The time of Sexas, he's 12 seconds down on Schelmoser, but it's all about the battle for white between Schelmoser and Del Toro, and that is also the battle for the podium. Schelmoser is the rider who has produced a little bit of a shock this afternoon so far, but Remco Evenepoel, Pogacar and Isaac Del Toro are still out on the course. Del Toro closing in on the race finish now, only 950 meters of racing to go.
Yeah, it's going to be a good time trial there by Del Toro as well. Most likely going to be around that 3rd, 4th position.
There's the situation. Schelmoser in the hot seat, 33 minutes 23. Sexas at 12 seconds, Cattaneo at 37, Arensman still in 4th at 42, despite his late start.
Yeah, actually, he would have been in the time of close enough to Sexas if he left on time. 400 meters, 1 kilometer to go. for the world champion, Remco Evenepoel, flying into this finish here in Thonon-les-Bains.
Well, the Belgian bullet is flying. Del Toro into the line now. He's going to be outside the time of Schelmoser. He just needs to match the time of Paul Sexas this afternoon and be around about 12 seconds down. It's a really tough little finish. That little kicker hurts the legs. Del Toro is going to be pretty much equal on time with Paul Sexas this afternoon. He's going to ship just 4 seconds to the Frenchman.
It's not a bad time trial at all. Here's the world champion, Olympic champion, Remco Evenepoel, coming into the final straight.
Remco Evenepoel flying, absolutely ripping his way around this course this afternoon in the rainbow bands. The Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe rider looking to give Belgium a huge victory on Belgian National Day. Remco Evenepoel up in the tempo all the way to the finish line. He's going to smash the time of Schelmoser.
Yeah, put a full minute into Schelmoser. Brilliant time trial by the world champion. Let's see the difference. 25 seconds were given more or less with the tracker with Tadej Pogačar, who's lost another few seconds in this final 3 or 4 kilometers.
2K to go for the yellow jersey. Remco Evenepoel leads 32.19. Schelmoser at 1:04. Sexas at 1:16. Del Toro at 1:21.
It looks like Pogačar is going to secure second place today. He wants to see how Tadej is going. He wants to see the live.
He wants to see. 32.19 is the time to beat. Pogačar is closing in now. He's flying at 68 kilometers an hour into this narrow section. Pogačar going straight line all the way to 1K to go now. He can see the red kite just in front of him. He's safely through the key turns. Pogačar 5 minutes ahead of Remco Evenepoel in this Tour de France. We have lost Florian Lipovitz today, unfortunately, to a crash. Pogačar is closing in on the line, but he's going to be, I think, outside the time of Remco Evenepoel. Remco's time is going to be 32 minutes and 19 seconds, 51 kilometers an hour. Pogačar still has 700 meters of racing to go in this individual time trial. He's ridden superbly, a little bit of a lock-up into one of the turns, but apart from that, Pogačar is showing just how strong a time trialist he is. The yellow jersey comes blasting his way around that turn. Now he's got the rise. The win in the time trial goes to Remco Evenepoel. He takes back-to-back wins in this Tour de France. The world champion will be on the top step of the podium tonight, but Pogačar is going to ship just a tiny bit of time to the world time trial champion. Tadej Pogačar in the yellow jersey. He answers the race of truth with another scintillating performance. Pogačar finishes second on the day.
What a great performance by the yellow jersey. It's been challenged by the world champion. Again, between the two riders, it's been some kind of really big rivalry in those TTs. It's gone both ways, but today it's Remco Evenepoel who takes the win.
I think he's just been told that Lipovitz is out.
Sorry, guys.
They just whispered it into his ear and said, we didn't want to tell you, but Lipovitz
yeah, I think that's good de-essing at this point.
Pogačar in the yellow jersey will be on his way to the podium. Let's take a look at the classification of today's stage. Remco Evenepoel wins in 32 minutes and 19 seconds. He takes 28 seconds from the yellow jersey Pogačar. Schelmoser, what a ride, in third place, and the Frenchman Sexas in fourth, ahead of Del Toro, his challenger for the white jersey. What a tussle.
Yeah, it's been a brilliant time trial, very exciting time trial to watch. The GC riders really gave us a great show over this 26-kilometer time trial. But as you mentioned, what a performance by the young Dane, Schellemose.
Remco Evenepoel, another victory in this tour, a mountain stage and now a time trial. He's always going to be the favourite for the time trial, but I have to say, Pogačar pushed him pretty close today.
I think if he really wanted to jump on the screen and double check, it means he was worried.
A Belgian, Peter van den Abele, congratulating a Belgian world champion. That was a big moment for the world champion. He congratulates Del Toro. Let's take a look at the general classification. Remco Evenepoel, equal place in second. Pogačar leads by now 4:32. Del Toro in third, Sexas in fourth. But unfortunately, the news of the day is that Florian Lipovic is in fifth place, is now out of the Tour de France. Earlier on, we saw his wife arrive there to greet him at the finish line. Let's hear now from Remco.
Remco Evenepoel, on the Belgian National Day, there could only be one winner today.
Yeah, it's amazing. It was a very nice TT, a lot of people on the side of the road. My whole family from both sides being here. My parents came just today. My wife is here with her parents and the siblings as well. And yeah, also on the Belgian National Day is pretty special. I read this morning it's been a while since Belgium won on National Day, so I mean I'm proud to be the one. And besides that, I mean I've just been told my teammate Lipovic crashed, so yeah, that's very unfortunate. It's like how do you call it? Like a bittersweet pill to swallow with this victory. So I wish him all the best, and I hope it's not too bad. And next to that, yeah, I need to thank Specialized for all the new material they gave me for this TT. A lot of work behind the scenes, and to win this TT with such a performance, I'm just proud and happy. And I mean, it's unbelievable to take 2 victories in a row. It's amazing.
It's your third TT success on the Tour de France, but today you were maybe more impressive than ever.
I was feeling really good. I mean, the first few kilometers I was pushing a power, and I was telling myself I needed to hold back. It made me think a bit of my TT in Rwanda, where I started and I had quite a big gap in the beginning. But I have to say Tadej was also very impressive. He was really close to me always, and it was a big challenge to keep my gap with him. But I'm just super happy with everything that happened today. But yeah, like I said, it's also a shame that Lipo is out now. I will really miss him for the last week. And besides that, I mean, I need to thank my whole team. Like I said, my family. It's been a while since I've been on this level again, so yeah, it feels amazing to be in such a good shape in the Tour, and yeah, still a long way to go. We cannot forget that.
You're talking about your shape. Indeed, it looks like it's going up and up and up. It's getting better and better. Was that the plan as well on this Tour de France, this hard Tour de France?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's no secret that the hardest part is, I mean, the hardest stages are all in the end of the Tour. So I was not super good in the first week. I was good, but not amazing. And yeah, I needed the first week to really get into race rhythm again. And yeah, just my coach, the performance staff, everybody, I need to thank them for all the trust they have in me. And but like I said, it's not over yet. It's a very beautiful victory, but still a few hard and beautiful stages to come before Paris.
You gain time on Tadej Pogačar in the GC, but he has a massive lead. Do you still think about Tour de France success?
No, honestly not. I'm just focused on my own spot. I mean, yeah, Tadej is on his way to win a 5th Tour de France. So yeah, I think it's just amazing that I can be a bit close to him. And like I said, yeah, it's an honor to race with him because he's, if not the best ever. So for me, it's just like a big step forward that I can at least be a bit around him, and I try to learn from him. So yeah, like I said, it's an honor to race against him.
Enjoy the podium. Thank you.
No, I go on the rollers, yeah.
A very realistic interview from Remco Evenepoel. I guess, Nico, that's... Oh, there's the team radio before we talk about that.
Vechteren ontdekken nummer. Kom on, nu alles eruit tot aan de finish. Hè. Goed daarop blijven en blijven trappen. Kom op, kom op, kom op.
I imagine for Remco Evenepoel, that's all you can do, is just focus on your day, your effort, when you have someone who is so good. There's not much you can do. There's a super fan. All the family are here. But it's all you can do, isn't it? Focus on your own effort, focus on your own place, and what will be, will be.
I think he gave the perfect interview. He thanked the people he needed to thank. He gave a fair assessment of where he is at. And again, he's totally right. Should be very proud of where he is. It's like, it's a realistic question. 5 minutes with Tadej Pogacar, what are you going to do?
Yeah, exactly.
Be proud of finishing second. Or trying to finish second, because it's not over yet.
No, it's definitely not. It's close. Let's hear from Tom Pidcock now. Pidcock is now 8th overall in the Tour. 12 minutes and 58 seconds down.
Yeah, just continue how I've been. I mean, I think, you know, top 10, unless something goes badly wrong, is pretty reasonable to say it's, yeah, achievable. So yeah, I think I'm far enough down that, you know, maybe try and get in some more breakaways and go for some stages. But yeah, I think top 10 is great for me and the team. I think that's it's a big thing. But obviously, I want to try and win a stage too.
Can he get in a breakaway and win a stage when he is in the top 10, in 8th place now?
Yes, he's still enough time. He's shipped a bit more time.
Here's the crash of Lipovets.
Oof. Yeah, you can see that right shoulder literally being smashed against the footpath.
It's the weirdest crash. He just lost the front wheel. An awful moment for Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe as we lose another top champion in 2 days. Lipovets is out of the Tour de France.
Making his way to the ambulance. Yeah, he had some bang on that right shoulder. Warming down on his road bike now. That's it.
Yes, time trial done.
Can put the bike away.
Let's hear now from Juan Ayuso.
I mean, it's hard because, as I say, to be on the podium, you
you can't miss, and I've missed already 2 days, so it obviously makes things harder. But there's still two really hard days, and 2 other days that a lot of things didn't happen. We saw, unfortunately, with Jonas and also today with Florian, everything can change in a second. So yeah, we just have to keep focused and keep on trying.
So his teammate is absolutely flying now. Schelmoser finishes 3rd in the time trial.
And a good ride.
He's so fast in a time trial, isn't he? That frontal area, the drag is just incredible, the way he's able to just slice through the air. In a few moments, the presentation of today's stage. From the off, though, he was superb, wasn't he?
Yeah, he started like a rocket.
But of the riders, the favourites, a quick word for Cattaneo, who finishes 6th on the individual time trial.
Yeah, that's a great performance by the Italian. Once again, we've seen him ride really well in TTs, but he even said it was the ride of his life today. And he finished 6th and a Grand Tour TT. You're doing very, very well.
No surprises that for the King of the Mountains today, Remco Evenepoel was the fastest rider. He took the 5 points. Here's the jerseys. No changes. Yellow to Pogačar, King of the Mountains to Pogačar, green to Pedersen. Del Toro wears the white. Pogačar can't wear the King of the Mountains tomorrow, so Valentin Parry-Pant will wear that jersey.
Again, the views of Thonon-les-Bains. And de la Clément. Pedersen putting the green jersey on.
And off the bike now, ready for the presentation. Just discussing Lipovitz.
Interesting to see the patch in the back as well there with that beehive effect.
They're saying he's broken his shoulder, Lipovitz, unfortunately. The concern of the riders, because they've been battling against each other for 2 and a bit weeks now. Tomorrow the riders ride from Chambéry to Voiron. You think a breakaway day potentially tomorrow?
Yes. Yeah, with all the climbs in the first part of the stage. Yeah, tomorrow with the first 50 kilometers are literally just going up.
So a hard start?
Very hard start.
Okay.
Reče ponovadi sam levo, desno. Pač, ali pa ti reče U-turn, ali pa sposter levo, sam to nič ne pomeni. Najbolj pomembno je, če je zaprt, ali je odprt. To ti je, ta je bil zaprt. Ta je bil zaprt in se pršel in se videl, graje. In je ciknil in je spodrsnil. Verjetno ni mu spodrsnil, zato ker ne bi imel gripa, zato ker je ciknil.
Speak Slovenian?
Nope.
The sprint is a long, long way from the start tomorrow, isn't it? 27.2 kilometers from the finish.
Yeah, unless Pedersen is in the breakaway, I don't think we'll see many sprinters going for it.
I wonder how Luke Maguire's Slovenian is.
Hey, les gars, viens là, attention.
Hang around for 3 hours, I know. But you will hang out a bit more. I just want to waste time. I want to waste your time now.
Pedersen's trying to get him to get on the
I will
podium.
waste your time one day. Just one day.
Yeah, he's been waiting there a while now.
He said, I've been waiting 3 hours.
Can I send a SMS to Pedersen? So how do you think we feel when we're waiting for you 45 minutes?
Exactly. Good of Pedersen to come and say, get a move on. We're all waiting for you. But no, the yellow jersey can do what he likes. He's warming down as long as he wants to. And Del Toro's waiting for him now as well.
The stage winner first, no? Should be Remco first.
Yeah. So Remco, I think, has just gone to get changed. He's taken a long warm down today. He's not gonna speed up for anyone, Tadej.
No. Obviously, is that no, that's Tarling.
Tarling, in the end, a good ride. Castrillo was impressive today with his time trial.
Yeah, did a good time trial. Spanish champion.
The sort of rider who could be in the breakaway tomorrow.
Definitely.
I'm just asking questions for my overnight fancy team rejiggle. Bruno Amirai.
Also a good time trial.
Yeah, very, very good. Thymen Arensman coming into the finish line there. We're going to hear now from the French hope, Paul Sexas, who lies 4th overall at the end of the time trial.
The downhill was maybe a bit dangerous on the TT bike, but I think we all managed well to make it happen, and no crash except Lipovic, I heard, but he was not on downhill, and yeah, that's a shame that he has to leave the race. Another great rider leaving the race. It's a sad moment, but yeah, we have to keep going, and today for me was quite a hard day, but yeah, I did the best I could have done, and in the end I am where I am supposed to be.
Paul Sexas, 4th overall at 7 minutes and 11 seconds. He's behind Del Toro now by 20 seconds. It's close between the two of them. Today's time trial reinforces that Sexas is a genuine contender in the future, because we're just going to hear from Tadej Pogacar.
Tadej Pogacar, clearly today you gave absolutely everything you had. How did the day go? And you had quite a fright.
Yeah, it was a good day, and yeah, I mean, a bit disappointed that yeah, on the top of the climb I was around 15 seconds behind Remco, but and then yeah, I was like, okay, I do no risk until the finish. Then one corner, I think, where Lipo crashed. Yeah, in the recon there were some cars from our organization. I could not see that corner like I wanted, and I almost crashed also. So I hope Lipo is okay, and that he will recover fast. It's sad to see again one more GC contender out. But yeah, obviously I wanted to go for the win, but yeah, Remco is world champion, Olympic champion, European champion, all in on the TT, and yeah, chapeau to him. What a brilliant ride he has now. Yeah.
And he's quite a contender for this Tour de France.
Yeah, it's not over. It's not over yet, and still, yeah, we have quite a week ahead of us. Yeah.
You're still very comfortable. I mean, he takes some time from you in the GC, but you're still comfortable.
Yeah, I mean, the gap is good, but yeah, you see, never know what can happen in a day. But let's go now. Yeah, with good confidence, morale to the weekend, and we see what happens. Thank you.
Tadej Pogacar wanted to go for the win. This is the moment that he mentioned, that he locked it up into the corner. He said he couldn't see this corner in the recon because there were cars parked on it when he came round. At the end of the day, it's probably where they were going to be. Remco, Olympic champion, world champion, takes a few seconds back on Tadej Pogacar. Del Toro in 3rd, Sexas 4th. Schelmoser, sorry, 3rd, Sexas 4th, Del Toro 5th, Cattaneo in 6th place. two Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe riders in the top 6 places. We're ready for the podium presentation. The world champion Remco Evenepoel takes back-to-back wins in the Tour de France. The first Belgian winner on Belgian National Day since 1985.
Quatrième victoire d'étape sur les routes du Tour de France, deuxième pour cette année. Remco Evenepoel, plus fort les applaudissements.
Now second overall in this tour at 4 minutes and 32 seconds.
Également de l'autre côté du podium d'Alexandra Gaillard, directrice marketing monde pour Continental.
His average speed on today's time trial, 48.5 kilometers an hour.
Remco, donc impressionnant depuis maintenant quelques jours, il l'était déjà avant, mais effectivement, deuxième victoire consécutive sur les routes du Tour de France, après l'étape de l'autre jour, après le jour de repos, eh bien c'est un Remco tout nouveau.
Let's take a look at a reminder of the time trial. There's your top 10. And the presentation, as always, of the Tissot watch for the winner of a time trial.
C'est Remco Evenepoel, voilà qui reçoit des mains de Bernard Kemner, ambassadeur de Tissot, ambassadeur du Tour de France.
He must have a trophy ribbed purely for the Tissot watches now.
Voilà un joli bouquet, un beau sourire évidemment, donc un rayon de soleil de plus dans le ciel de tenons les mains.
Oh, that's nice, it's engraved on the back. That's a very nice touch. The green jersey is Mads Pedersen.
Le maillot vert, c'est Mads Pedersen de l'équipe Lidl Trek. Et oui, la mascotte et le bouquet, la couleur c'est le vert.
He needs to come out tomorrow fighting for some points. Not a bad throw tonight. Not his best one so far, but not bad.
Président sport du département des Hauts-de-Sèvres, invité par Skoda Auto. Merci. Messieurs Humain et Courtès d'avoir accompagné Mads Pedersen sur le podium protocolaire.
Maximum speed today, 83.5 kilometers an hour.
Sprinter, donc Mads Pedersen qui conserve sa tunique verte. On en était évidemment pas inquiet à quart de poil forcément avec l'étape d'aujourd'hui. Et c'est à partir de demain que les choses sérieuses recommencent.
Here's the green jersey situation. It's Pedersen against Philipsen with Girmay in third. Best young rider remains Isaac Del Toro. The Mexican takes it into stage 17.
C'est le jeune Mexicain Isaac Del Toro de l'équipe UAE Team Emirates. l'hôtesse des opticiens Christ te félicite, tout comme Patricia Mahut, conseillère départementale du canton de Thonon-les-Bains, et notre ami Laurent Cassard, invité des opticiens Christ. Et bien voilà, des remettants heureux, un jeune champion heureux.
Here's with Del Toro, the best young rider after 16 stages.
Il a cédé quelques secondes à Paul Sexas, mais il conserve la 3e place évidemment. Mais aussi ce maillot blanc. Merci, bravo à Isaac Del Toro et merci pour vos applaudissements, chers amis de Thonon-les-Bains, Haute-Savoie, Mont-Blanc.
His maximum speed, 92.7.
Voilà, on a un podium protocolaire un peu biscornu au niveau de l'ordre des tableaux, mais après tout, on s'adapte évidemment à la situation. Je vois que Tadej Pogačar a été rendu libre par les différentes obligations qui lui incombaient après l'arrivée de l'étape du jour. On aura donc le maillot jaune et le maillot à pois d'ici quelques instants.
Only 20 seconds now between those two. Nico, this is going to be a battle.
Yes, definitely going to be a battle and a close one. Obviously, both of them are fighting for the best position on GC, and by doing that, they'll also challenge each other for the white jersey.
I think it's going to go all the way till Saturday night, for sure. Let's see what happens in the next few days. Pogačar in the yellow jersey. Tadej Pogačar takes the yellow jersey into stage 17 of this tour. His advantage cut a little bit in the time trial, but nothing major. 4 minutes and 32 seconds his advantage on Remco Evenepoel in second place. His average speed today, 47.8. Here's the general classification. Unfortunately, we lose Lipovitz. There's our top 10 riders. Voisard has moved himself for Tudor Pro Cycling into the top 10.
Nous allons pouvoir accueillir le champion slovène, donc celui qui est en lice de remporter un 5e Tour de France. Et on attend bien sûr la balle du côté opposé aux autres protocolaires. C'est un suspense un peu. Justement, c'est bon, c'est le remet le maillot à pois des protocolaires.
Tadej Pogačar is the king of the mountains. Will be won tomorrow by Valentin Parry-Pant. There he is, polka dot jersey. Tomorrow we've got 4 climbs, but they're all small ones. About 5 points on offer tomorrow before we go back into the big mountains the day after. His average speed on the climb today, 36.5. Here's the situation. He's on 70 points now, with Parry-Pant on 45 and Carapaz on 39.
It's going to be quite challenging to go and get that polka dot jersey.
It is, isn't it? Because there's big points at the finishes all week.
All week, yeah. And tomorrow there's not much point for the breakaway. It's all 4th categories and 3rd category climbs.
Yeah. 5 points tomorrow. And the presentation for the mayor, or mayors. Let's hope they don't drop it today.
De l'Haute-Savoie et donc le maire de Thonon, absolument, c'est lui qui va dire un petit mot, mon cher Martial. Ah, il faut varier les plaisirs, effectivement. Voilà, mesdames, messieurs, donc la médaille remise à l'instant même. Monsieur le maire. c'était la fête forcément, donc, avec une victoire belge, avec un jeune français qui brille, avec d'immenses champions. On peut dire que
Here's Remco Evenepoel with all the family. The winner of today's stage. Here's a reminder now of the team classification. They've cut it to 23 seconds.
It's close.
It's getting close.
And it was, what, 40 minutes last week at some point?
41 minutes it was. Now it's 23 seconds. Here's a reminder of the winners of the stages. Back-to-back wins for Remco Evenepoel, which means that Belgium now have 5 victories in this tour. It's been a beautiful setting. We're going to make our way to Voiron now. We start in Chambéry tomorrow. Let's take a look at stage 17. We start in Chambéry and we head to Voiron. It's a stage of 174.1 kilometers tomorrow, taking us over 4 climbs. 3 of them are 4th category, 1 is a 3rd. An intermediate sprint near the end of tomorrow's stage, which will make life difficult for the green jersey competitors. There's your profile. Little uphill kicker into Voiron. Is it a day for the breakaway? Today was the race of truth, and the world champion showed who's the boss. Remco Evenepoel wins back-to-back stages in this Tour de France. The Frenchman Sexas shows us that he can time trial, that's for sure. We lose Florian Lipovitz. We wish him all the very best. And we see Tadej Pogačar remain in the yellow jersey. From Nicholas Roach and me, Anthony McCrossan, thanks for watching. We'll be back for stage 17 tomorrow. Bye for now.